Guys, don't worry, I'm on
Right,
the chick.
and you are? Yep, can confirm, we are live. Everybody can see you now, and hopefully hear you.
Oh, this is huge.
Bucket's here, I think. I think Bucket's here.
Oh, I hope so, because we would like to get him in for the pre-game interview. This was kind of the whole reason that we set things up.
This is
time.
ideal.
So hello everyone. I suppose we should do introductions. It's wonderful to see you all. My name is Stella. I'm the Vice President of the UC Gaming Guild, and again, very warm welcomes to the first stream for the UC Gaming Guild League of Legends Introduction Tournament. Below me on the webcam, we have Captain for Team Pethy's Poros, Pethy himself.
You gotta introduce yourself,
Yeah, you
man.
do.
Come on.
You do
Okay,
have to
okay,
say something.
You reply. You gotta.
Yes, hello.
No, that's
I'm
it.
delayed.
Inspiring
Oh,
words.
this is-
Yeah, you are delayed.
Inspiring
that's how it
words.
works.
Okay,
Literally how it
to
works.
my right,
Relative direction. Yeah.
to my right,
Mm-mm.
I have my wonderful co-host for the
Lovely
evening,
boy.
Stanklegrave.
Don't look up this.
Talk to me.
don't look up this.
Talk to us. Talk to the people. Introduce yourself.
Hey, yo. Hello. I am a. I was actually a former pro coach for Weibo Gaming. If you see here, that's Jack Harlow was my background, and as a M36 Malphite one trick, I thought that my commentary would be appreciated. Keep in mind, I didn't know that Zyra was a champion until yesterday.
He's the Shamrock Goat, don't worry about it.
The
He's the
Shamrock.
Shamrock Goat.
Shamrock Goat. Shamrock Goat.
We were
Gugas.
supposed to have an
certified.
interview with my team's rival team, Pig Bucket, but he couldn't be with us today, unfortunately. He will be
He passed
here.
away. But he
will-
resurrected
actually,
for the
didn't pass
game.
away, but he'll be here for the game. He'll be here for
He
the
will
He
game.
be
rose
here for the
again on the
game.
third
I
day.
have my biggest supporter right here.
I am your
Over.
biggest supporter.
It's
Kitty?
over. It's over for them. I have my cat. Biggest supporter.
You have the cat. I can't see the cat, but I hope you know that I
You'll see
appreciate
it.
it.
You'll see it later.
You'll see it.
I'll.
It'll come
Can
up
somebody
on the
clip
stream,
that in
don't worry.
VOD?
Don't worry.
Can somebody clip that in
Yeah.
VOD?
Someone
that
clip
cat.
that in VODs.
Cat,
Clip that cat. Somebody please dox that cat.
Okay.
Dog
We
that
don't
fucking
exactly
cat.
have an interview partner for you to perhaps compete against Pethy. But would you
Mhm.
like to, perhaps without giving too much away, let us know a little bit about kind of what your strategy is going into this game? Talk to us a little bit. How are you feeling?
Okay. So I know that a lot of the teams today, they're gonna be focused on the scaling. They're gonna be focused on, playing how you're supposed to play. Now we have been inspired by how the LPL took over Korea. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Wow.
True.
As it turns
And
out, you
Pig Bucket, what do you have to say?
Your competition has arrived, Pig Bucket.
Oh,
Introduce
here.
yourself. Let us know. Talk to us. Let the audience
I'm Pig
know.
Bucket. I'm Pig Bucket, captain of Athena. Name's Mitch, but yeah, look, our team has had a little bit of dis-synergy. We haven't really had too much practice, not a whole lot of scrimming going on. We unfortunately did have the instance where everyone was unavailable yesterday, so we kind of missed out a bit, but, look, my GOAT is here. I do get to play him first. I'm very, very happy. He's a very handsome man,
Mhm.
Definitely, ladies,
Okay.
go hit him up on Instagram.
Yeah, I mean it'll be. Originally, we had some bad blood between these two teams, but he ordered a pizza to my house, and ever
was
since
beef.
then,
This
he's
is
been my
true.
goat.
Pig Bucket, could you talk a little bit about the strategy of sending your opponent a pizza, a real pizza, from Domino's,
As opposed to a fake pizza.
as opposed to
What
fake
pizza was it?
Talk
First
to
of
us a little
all,
bit
no,
about yeah.
Shut up. I want to
it
know.
was
What
a-
pizza was it?
It was a pepperoni cheese stuffed crust pizza, and it was so good.
Cheese stuffed crust.
okay.
Okay.
It
Explain.
was a deluxe pepperoni pizza, and I even went above and beyond and just sent him a chocolate lava cake as well, just to warm his heart a little bit, the way he's
Yep.
warmed everyone else.
Oh, it was very warm. I could feel it. I could feel it.
I mean, there's no strategy behind it necessarily. It's just.
I mean,
more so,
I did end up losing the in-house game that day. I was too busy eating the pizza, but
Getting in the way
I
of his
mean,
training,
the
perhaps.
strategy.
I mean,
Mhm.
look, you got to do what you got to do to get ahead of the competition, and unfortunately, Pethy's had some choice words to say about my mid laner, but I'm sure we'll be able to show that up.
Your
against
mid laner
the-
is a fraud. Your
Yeah.
mid laner
Oh,
he is a
fighting
fraud.
words.
It's okay. It's okay. If my mid lane is a fraud, your jungle is a fraud. It's all good.
Wait, your mid lane is who again? I forgot.
He doesn't even remember.
Oh
He's
my
talking smack.
god! That
Oh
is
my god.
insane smack talk. Well, I want to get a statement from each team just to start off. Each team captain. What is something positive you have to say about the other team captain? Say something
let's keep
nice.
positivity. Let's keep it.
Okay,
Let's keep it alive.
okay. I would like to say his Draven is scary. I'll admit that.
Is Draven is
Very
scary?
scary Draven.
Wow.
Very kind words from.
You know when someone has an AI generated icon of Draven in a Lakers jersey, he's got to be good at Draven.
Oh my
god. I mean, look, if Pethy can take 5 bans and still come out on top in the first Fearless draft, I have no doubt that it's not a show of the champ pool that he plays, which are very overpowered champions. I'd just like to say
Okay.
it's a
Instantly
raw showing of the raw capability of the team captain. He's definitely one of the more scary players that we're going to face in the entirety of this tournament, and I'm looking forward to see what he can do. He has probably one of the highest shots of winning this, and I'm rooting for him no matter what my position is.
Absolutely huge news. Just gotta say to everybody here, you can't see it, but I again need some help from our lovely team captains, as I am going on a epic journey, and by epic journey I mean I am ordering Uber Eats right now so that I can receive it in the middle of the game. I would stream it, but I just want to ask, have any of you ever lived in Wellington, and am I in a kebab mood or am I in a Rick's cheesesteak mood?
Look, I live in Australia. I can't really weigh in here, but the kebabs in Australia are always shit, and I gotta say, cheesesteak is always the way.
I'm leaning with Pig Bucket over here. I think you go with the cheesesteak.
Insane play. I'm gonna go with the cheesesteak because both captains you gotta link your OPGGs and dox yourself in real life, by the way. That is the requirement of being in this call. I had it as my back. It is the requirement. There's literally my.
I mean, as we know, Bucket already knows my address, so.
What, do you want
if I go missing during the game, we know why.
That's actually true.
You know what they say, 101. I can't. Never mind.
Don't ever give your address to strangers online, kids. That's always.
Don't worry. I'm making sure.
Road. 256 Road.
He just wants another pizza, guys.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. 101 Farnham Street, guys. You know, you know.
Okay, we can't be saying addresses. We can't be doing that.
You can't be saying addresses.
This is
true.
This is etiquette. Even if you're dropping your own address.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I was doing it to somebody else. It's perfectly fine.
I mean, I guess
you
could say any address.
Bucket, we should probably be leaving the stream soon, so we can get our.
I think we head off. We've got game 1 to go to. Our teams are already pinging us.
Our teams are waiting.
That's true.
Yeah.
For a
Do
you want the spectator link for our draft?
That would be great.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Is it too much to ask?
Yeah. That'll be it. Peace out, stream.
Alright,
thank you very
much. It's been such a pleasure having
from the bottom of my heart
on.
I'm very grateful that I could be a captain for this event. I just hope that I can do my fans proud today.
Huge.
Let's get it.
I think you're probably going to have a lot more fans than what you started with after this. So looking very forward. Best of luck to you in the tournament, bud.
Yeah, best of luck to you too, man. Let's get it.
Thanks, guys.
Alright. Peace out.
Huge display of honor
from
everybody else. Beautiful, beautiful.
I need to get us on the 2-cam setup now. Do not mind the massive white space. Hey, Aho Mango. Beautiful to see. Treasure of the UC Gaming Guild in the chat. Much love to him. I suppose before we get into this draft, might be a good idea to let the people know what exactly this whole tournament is. So this is the UC Gaming Guild League of Legends introductory tournament. We have 6 teams, and for this first day, we're doing just like a simple round robin. They'll all be playing against each other. We'll be following Pethy, the wonderful man we just had on stream, his team, Pethy's Poros, throughout the tournament, and they will, of course, play everybody else in the round robin. That's how it works. At the end of tonight, the teams with the two lowest score, lowest amount of wins, will be eliminated. And tomorrow we'll go into a... we'll play first versus fourth, second versus third, you know, it's real simple stuff. In a best of 3 fearless format. And then on Friday we'll be playing the finals between the 2 winning teams in a best of 5 fearless format. So, this is really cool. It's a very exciting culmination of all the work that has been put in by the wonderful community in the UCGG League of Legends Discord server. 100 games, 100 in-house games have been played in the making of this, and hopefully a lot of friendships have been made as well.
A lot of relationships permanently ruined.
I think people. I like to believe we came out stronger.
But a lot of love, really. A lot of love. A lot of love. Bridges burned, but love trumps all, as people say. And I got a lot of love right now. And I got a lot of love for this man who looks a lot like me behind me. Just look into his deep blue eyes. That's Jack Harlow, by the way. I'm not Jack Harlow. That's not who I am.
Thank you. We were all, you know, that was something that we were worried about. Perhaps you were Jack.
Everybody was wondering. I don't think okay. It looks like we're still just having people slowly trickle in and do the game thing. I've tabbed in as a spectator. But what are your predictions, not to jinx anybody so far, but what are your predictions for this game?
Well,
I want to know where
into
you
the draft.
You're tabbed into the draft.
Yeah, people on the stream should be able to see this now. Wonderful. It's very interesting. A very interesting first draft. As we can see, we've already had a missed ban from Team Pig Bucket, who I'm sure will be correcting that to something else at some point. In the meantime, though, bans from Pig Bucket onto the Z, onto Pethy Z, very dominant player on the Z there, Pethy, and onto the Samira, absolutely the ADC on Pethy's team.
Who is
his name? Drink your own piss. Very oppressive Samira player. Like Pethy said, ban on the Draven, respecting Pig Bucket's skill on the Draven. A Thresh ban and a Rakan ban. Again, putting respect on the support player's name. One of the highest players in terms of elo we have in this game, Orzon. So definitely worth putting some respect on his name. The first pick, Viego from Pig Bucket, is very interesting. Pig Bucket's jungler, Tej, is a Viego player, and of course very important to get that pick off Pethy's jungler, Will, who is a dominant Viego player. In turn, we see the Xin Zhao and the Vladimir pick. Both picks that the jungler and the mid laner, Pethy and Paper, very confident on. So we're seeing a lot of comfort picks at this point in the game, which is what you want to do when you're playing best of ones against your opponents. You really just want to be playing what you're best at. So this is definitely not, at this point in the draft, particularly surprising. We're seeing champions that these players are very confident on. The Lucian pick is from Pig Bucket's quite interesting though. So it'll be, I'll be excited to see what support pick they go here. Orzon, very capable of course on enchanters. So it would not be surprising if we saw a Nami, if we saw Amelia. That will likely create a really strong bot lane. In response, the Nautilus pick by Team Pethy. We saw Gecko's been doing a lot of practice on the Nautilus lately. This is a pick that they're very comfortable on. So it'll be, you know, of course, again, wanting to pick the champion that you're most comfortable at this point in the game. Not a very surprising pick. And in turn, the ban onto the Nami. So it looks like Team Pethy have appropriately identified that, you know, they're going to want to kind of block out this Lucian as much as possible, take away some of the supports that work really well with him, and of course, again, putting the respect on their support's name.
Amen.
In turn, another no ban from Pig Bucket. Perhaps some technical difficulties there for them. Okay, so that first ban there for Team Pig Bucket we can confirm was Echo, and that second missed ban we can confirm was Kaiser. which is, I mean, obviously a very strong ban there. Nautilus Kaiser, very dominant right now in pro play, so no surprise that they want to get that one off the table as soon as possible. And a Braum ban from Team Pethy. Again, another safe ban there. If they're picking that Nautilus, they want to engage. They definitely want to remove some of the disengage options. The Zeri ban from Pig Bucket. You know, nothing too surprising there. The Neela pickup here from Team Pethy is quite interesting. A Neela Nautilus bot lane. So hopefully last 2 picks from Pig Bucket here. Curious to see what their support will be into this. Any thoughts at this time in particular? Milio, of course. That Lucian Milio. When you take that Nami away, the natural progression there is to move on to the Lucian Milio. And the last pick, Ornn. That's a really nice splash in. I don't know how much proficiency their top laner, Forsaken Fellow, has on the Ornn, but a really strong front line is what they're going to need for this team. They're going to need someone who's able to play up there with that Viego to create that space. So it's certainly not a bad option. The Gangplank, the set lock-in from the top lane. This will be really interesting. Their top laner, Pirate, is a really big fan of getting aggressive early, especially when he's playing these characters like Set. He's a real big fan of doing that fighting. So this is a very exciting draft, and I'm very much looking forward to the first game of the night, really. Any final thoughts from you, Matthew?
No, I'm tabbed in. Streams just popped, so all of these champions have been coming to me as you've been saying them. Or I will say, first off, Forsaken Fellow Ornn, very interesting. I have not seen a lot of, maybe it's because I haven't been queued in with them recently, but I haven't seen a lot of gameplay with them, so the technology is fresh, at least to my mind. Very excited to see what's going on there. A lot of people, Cons, are already expecting to see good stuff from them. The Tej Viego. Now, I want to point out that Tej has recently made $60 through a casino, so that's unrelated.
That is entirely unrelated, thank you.
Literally nothing to do with anything, actually. My bad.
Well, I would like to mention that he is playing Viego into a very dominant Viego player here, Paper. So it'll be interesting to see what Paper can do with his knowledge of the champion and how he's able to punish Tej in kind of the ways that he understands, because he's got such a good grasp on the character.
Hands will be thrown, very excited.
Most certainly. Now here we get to the most boring part of the draft, which is unfortunately that there is a 3-minute spectator delay. So the players are currently already in the game. We just don't get to see that. So
no, we've just got to sit here and wait for that. I just want everybody to know that the pre-game interview was actually a lie. I am, in fact, getting the chicken Iskender from what looks to be a place, I can't remember the name, something Kebaberia. And they are coming and approaching my house in 4 minutes, so it's okay. Just know, I will be, this is not a mukbang, but if people are uncomfortable, I will just let you see this beautiful image behind me when I'm eating Turkish food.
Alright, wonderful. I will take this opportunity to plug in the chat the links to the UC Gaming Guild Discord, because let's get it. Always want
Huge.
That. Always, you know, anyone who might, I would be surprised if there were many people in the chat right now who were not linked in to the work that we do already. But
really, if you're not missing out.
You are missing out, I can confirm.
Missing out. Great events happening. A lot of people who are locked in quite constantly with the goal of getting better, improving, bolstering other people up. There's definitely no flaming at all. That doesn't happen. League of Legends actually doesn't have flaming.
We work very hard to create a positive environment for everyone. And the very last link there is actually the link to the spreadsheet that has all of the data about this tournament. So for the for perhaps the nerdier of us, you're able to see the average elo breakdown of every single team, all of the players on the teams, their individual players' elos, as well as every single in-house game that's been played. So you can look at the history of these players if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty. And so, in fact, with this very nifty sheet, I can tell you that the average elo of Team Pethy is 1796, or basically 1800, while the average elo of Pigbucket's team, 1492, or 15. So there's about a 300 elo difference between the two, which is not the worst gap that you could have. I will say there are very strong players on Pigbucket's team. Their mid laner and their bot laner. Bad memory, 2600 LP support. Ooh. A really strong dominant force. Team Pigbucket are definitely going to want to be winning through that bot lane. And it is likely that Team Pethy will be focusing on their mid-jungle synergy and trying to win through that control of the map. With that Xin Zhao, with that Vladimir, trying to make those plays, trying to put themselves ahead.
Shout out to the Grasp of Undying and Inspiration at the top, which I'm seeing right now. Interesting. Probably Biscuit. Would not be surprised if it was Biscuit, but pretty strong. I applies that mostly probably likely going to be on the offensive. No, on the defense for most of that. Maybe I'm wrong. However, shout out my goat Forsaken Fellow. He doesn't have socials. He does have them, but I won't dox him, so appear to be locked in for that.
Pointing out that Grasp of the Undying is a good example of the scaling that this Ornn wants to do, right? The Conqueror on the Zed and the Xin Zhao there, and the Neela, their team is looking for those long extended fights where they're able to build that Conqueror, like put out that damage, heal and sustain themselves enough. Or when you look at the Electrocute on the Ahri and the Lucian, PTA, you've got kind of that quick burst damage. But then off the Ornn, you've got that the scaling that Ornn wants to do, especially with his passive. That's not good. Okay. Reconnecting. Technical issues in game one. Technical issues in game one. Not a problem.
Reconnecting.
Hey, not a problem.
Should be alright. We're going back to it. Back in. Huge.
Here we are. We are in. We are live.
We'll take a brief detour to obtain my Uber Eats, but I will be back.
Alright, well, I would not be surprised if this team here were looking to make some aggressive plays at level 1, knowing the history of these characters. Pethy Paper, very aggressive behaviors. With that Nautilus, you're definitely looking to make some early contact. Get that hook off, get that passive lockdown. Instead, they're deciding to meet in the middle of the lane. Very, wow, this really speaks to the friendship between these two teams, the good blood that's been built between the players, especially after that heartwarming pizza delivery. How much can you be enemies when you've got excellent friends like these? Paper going for his classic ward on the top buff, so they know where the enemy's starting. Let's see where this Viego goes, though. They're aware that the Xin Zhao is noodling around in the area, but they don't know he's just dropped a ward and left. Similar wards on the bot side. For Team Pethy's Poros on their own buff. In that tri-bush, they want to know where this enemy team is starting. Early aggression from Ahri in the lane against the Vladimir. This is where you want to catch him out, before he has that opportunity to scale and become dominant as all good Vladimir players are. Pethy's Poros are aware that the Viego is starting on his top side. A little bit of drama in the top lane. Can't imagine much happening up there. The Ornn and the set play should be pretty slow for the rest of the game. And we see this invade here from the Xin Zhao. He knows that, again, with that ward, he knows where the Viego started. A little bit of conflict here. Are they going to make... They do make contact. Knock up. And the flash. Viego is going to get out of there. Just in time. He does have to burn that flash though, which he doesn't want to do. Now they're pinching the Ahri here. But she is going to get out. A little bit of damage there with the Vladimir, but not enough. Pepe now starting his opponent's jungle. Viego is forced to recall there and go to his bot side. But this is a disastrous start for Tej. Just completely caught out there. Pepe again aware of the weakness.
Want to point out the top lane was taking fellow very, very low. I thought that exchange was working in their favor. They were very much up on that trade, but have
both chunking themselves out.
Both chunking themselves out. Huge. Man, it seems pretty steady actually at the moment. Not too interesting. But thought I should point it out. Shout out to both of them.
Gank in the mid lane. Potentially here. Xin Zhao is hovering. Gets that lance off. And the Ahri charm comes out. Takes a bunch of damage from tower there. And that Ahri electrocute proc off. Pethy is hungry. In the top lane though. Set. Oh, just letting that one escape with his life. And in the bot
Maybe
lane,
not. Oh my. Oh, this
look
is
at
not
this invade
good.
by the Milio. They see that that Xin Zhao is low. They know that they can capitalize on this. And an incredible first blood. 14 pig bucket. Catching out that Xin Zhao excellently. He was so aggressive there, making that play on the Viego.
Very
and
awesome. I really thought that the first blood would be the Ornn. He was 1 point away.
Exactly. This is an example of how sometimes being aggressive in that early game can hurt you. Taking too much damage there in that mid lane, and an excellent call by the bot lane to rotate there into his jungle and punish him on wolves. This is the exact kind of high skill play that we want to be seeing from these players. Viego immediately looking for a revenge gank. Looking to extend that lead.
Oh, he's walking out.
Team into the bot lane. Nila jumps onto the Milio, isn't able to confirm it. And it's going to be easy cleanup for Tej. Nila dashing in, traps herself there. The Nautilus is going to have to burn flash to get away from the Viego. This is a disastrous start for Team Pethy's Poros. And an excellent example of exactly what I was talking about there, the strength of this bot lane, how they want to play for this bot lane to get this bot lane ahead. Up comes this gank in top lane though. The set is not going to be able to help. But it looks like the Xin Zhao should have this Ornn hook line and sinker, and he does. An excellent snatch up there. Hoping to shrink that gold lead a little bit.
Is he going to escape with his life? No, he does not. He does not. A shame, but very, very good work from Pat Fiver over here.
Exactly. And you can see his aggressive style of jungling there. He wants to be all over the map, having that kind of pressure on his opponents. This is the third play that he's made. Well, like, third major play that he's made, and we're only 6 minutes into the map.
Very impressive backing for possibly item. Don't know how much gold each of them has, but let's go over here, take a look at the bot lane for a moment. Usually where interesting stuff happens at the first half of the game. And
yeah, looks like Nila's going to be stuck under her tower a little bit here. And it's going to be the same problem for Pethy. Ahri with her strong wave push. In the meantime, this Nila still has not backed. With Xin Zhao on the bot side and Nautilus rejoining lane, I would not be surprised if they were looking to get something going here. If the Lucian Milio doesn't back. Back in the mid lane. An aggressive little play. but it looks like, hopefully, we've settled into a little bit more of a monotony. The first 5 minutes of the game should have you on the edge of your seat, but perhaps from now,
Bunch of keeping good distance.
let's relax. Okay, let's enjoy the laning phase.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying this chicken and skin. So crazy, actually. Maybe that. Let me not ruin our endorsement with Abracadabra, but
A little bit of rolling in that top lane. Here comes the Xin Zhao.
Coming in behind, really far pushed into the wave. Feng Shui Master's not quite doing enough, but is this another game?
Example of the Ornn being picked up there. I think you might be a couple seconds behind, Matthew.
I might be a couple seconds behind. I saw the
Ooh, I might be a couple seconds behind. Okay, looks like now we're up to speed. Perhaps that little disconnect there has set us off a little. But regardless, that's going to be a pickup for grubs for the Xin Zhao, which is going to be really good for them. They definitely want grubs in their pocket to allow the set to continue pushing top lane.
As said, that is already 2 plates off of top tower.
Feng Shui Masters, of course, a very big fan of his split pushing in the late game and some of the scrims that we saw yesterday. And Xin Zhao again going for the invade on the top side. So aggressive. He's looking to take everything he can away from this Viego. Viego himself resetting on the bot side. Not much for him to get, but in comes the Nautilus ult. Onto the Lucian, knocked up and a hook. Excellent dash in from the Mila, but the Viego is still there. And it looks like this Nautilus is going to get caught out. Mila dashing away. And perhaps a Milio ult to clear the wave, because why not, I suppose?
Oh, Teach comes in!
You are definitely behind. You should go to scoreboard. No, you should go to time controls, and then click the speed up button until you
time
catch up.
Controls. Where is the time controls?
Okay, perhaps a little bit of unfamiliarity with the client. You see the little I button in the bottom left corner?
I do see the I button.
Yeah, if you click interface visibility and then you click time controls. Hey, fear not! A little bit of monotony here in this mid lane. The Ahri clears the wave, the Vladimir clears the wave. 1-2 buckle my shoe, I suppose.
3-4 buckles some more.
A lot of vision down here in this bot side. Dragon isn't exactly up right now, though. But I suppose there's no harm in knowing where your opponents are. Back in the top lane, we had aggression from Feng Shui Masters. And you can see the strength of this Ornn here, despite, of course... Oh, Ghost in from the Vladimir. Ult onto the Ahri. Ahri ults away. It looks like he's not going to be able to get that kill, and in comes potentially the Viego and the Milio, who do not commit, but are in a position to help. Should the Vladimir go for anything silly in the future. But this top lane is really an example of the Ornn's strength here. Despite... Oh, a flash kill from Pethy! We just missed the tail end of that. As the camera decides to snap us back to the top lane for a play that doesn't even happen.
Not another gank. Oh, nice. Pat 5 are coming in at not the last moment, but might as well have been to again save Feng Shui Master. I want to point out that this Ornn is a lot beefier than we're giving it credit for. It just so happens that there's been a lot of motion in the ocean going on with Pat 5 up here. So aggressive on the drain.
This is a great example of the strength of Ornn in that laning phase. Despite the fact that the set has a healing passive, has Conqueror, the Ornn is still winning a lot of these trades. He's so tanky. Here in the bot lane though, ultimate's going out onto the Teach. He's knocked up, Milio ult does not cleanse knockups, unfortunately. They're going to pin down the Viego. They're going to snatch up this Lucian. And it's going to be a double kill in the bot lane for the way of Team Pethy's Poros.
Conju coming in.
Excellent little play there.
Oh, not quick enough though for the Conju. Sorry.
Yeah, he's going to return back to lane there. And an excellent example of how letting Gecko get his Nautilus is probably a little bit of a mistake. Nautilus is such a strong character right now, and with that point and click knock up CC that unfortunately Milio ultimate can't cleanse. your support ultimate in a lot of situations becomes stronger than theirs. We're going to see motion in the top lane here from Team Pethy's Poros, looking to secure the 6 grubs. Enemy Team Viego is clearing down. It's likely that he's willing to give up grubs for the dragon, as he's probably unable to contest this against the team. But there is a TP in top lane from the Ornn, so it is possible. Unfortunately, Konsu so low HP that Vladimir will be able to rotate when the Ahri can't. So it is smartest to give in this situation. It will be 6 grubs for Team Pethy's Poros. Again, excellent to have on the set. Who is a big fan of split pushing. Paper leaving that grub. Unfortunately...
Dynamics have shifted here from the start of the match, I want to point out.
Exactly. We saw a great early game punish onto that Xin Zhao. But unfortunately, he's in such a solid position right now. A little bit of aggression here in the bot lane, but both of the junglers are in the area, and this could very quickly escalate into a 3v3 fight for the dragon, depending on whether Team Pigbucket are looking to give it up or not. It's unlikely at this point they'll be able to contest, unless Teach can perhaps get him for an exciting last-minute steal. He goes for the mist, but he's unable to make it. Massive teamfight here, aggression. Out comes the Milio, the Nila ult. Viego gets his first reset on the Nautilus, who's taken out early in the fight.
Switching hook stick.
Ahri ults, Vladimir ults. It is an absolute festival.
Oh my gosh!
And it looks like, despite Team Pethy's Poros walking away with the dragon, there were some strong kills coming out for the side of Team Pigbucket, putting them in a nice gold position, shrinking their lead a little bit. But unfortunately for them, Team Pethy's Poros are up 6 grubs, a dragon, some plates. That gold lead is still almost 3k at
And a kill.
only 15 minutes, or 14:20. First tower will be taken by Pethy Poro top laner. Feng Shui Masters, like I said, a big fan of taking those turrets. And it's likely with the Xin Zhao reset to the top lane that he'll be looking for the Rift Herald, but so will the Viego. Second tower's going to fall against Pethy's Poros. Vladimir in the mid lane this time puts him in a great position to be able to support Xin Zhao if they're hoping to take this Herald. And in turn, puts Team Pigbucket in a bad place to contest it.
Got Team Pigbucket doing catch-up work here to make up for lost turret.
They will have to work double time. And we see that third tower falls bot lane.
Oh no, not looking good.
We look at this gold lead right now. 4.5k gold lead in favor of Team Pethy's Poros. This is when we will likely see this game start to cascade a little bit.
That is what's expected. We've got a mid, we've got a bot, we've got a top tower. 3 towers taken away. Every other tower still standing relatively strong. Actually, full health minus the bottom one. And that's only not start.
We can see this gold difference reflected in the builds of these two players here. I mean, look at that. Vladimir already with the Rabadon's death cap. Out comes the Ornn ult.
You can see crazy maneuvers coming over here, actually.
In comes the Set ult in response.
Ooh.
It looks like Set's going to be taken down here. And they're going to go 1v1. Unless an excellently timed flash out by the Set. He's out. Scot-free. And this Lucian is going to escape as well. Perhaps not the most refined fight there for the Rift Herald by the two teams. But I suppose at the end of the day, what matters the most is who gets that eye.
Yep, it's all about results.
All about results. And that is going to go the way of the set, which is likely exactly what this team were hoping for, as the set can continue his top push. Second turret falls bot lane to this Neela. And it looks like Teach's bottom jungle is going to be free game for Pac5er. They're going to take this reset here, but look how far shoved in this bot lane is. It is going to take their ADCs a while to get to that bottom tower. And you can see this line of vision in the bot side jungle as well. The extended presence here, the 6k gold lead in favor of Pethy's Poros. It is going to take a miracle for Team Pigbucket to be able to close this gap. Konsu misses the charm, but he still gets good damage onto the set, who drops his ultimate, fails to knock Tej into his teammates. And with a collapse, it looks like they're going to take out the set, but not without losing Viego. An unfortunate time for him to die as well, with Dragon Timer.
Oh, rough.
It's likely that Team Pethy's Poros are going to be able to take this dragon for free.
Not contested at all, actually.
Up in 30 seconds. Fight in the mid lane. Out comes the Vladimir ult. Out comes Ahri Flash in response. Vladimir Ghost doesn't find anything for it. But he does put the Ahri down in an uncomfortable position. Oh, Swine Basket with a bold dash in, but he's immediately locked down by the Nautilus ult. In comes the Neela ult, and it is just clean up. The teleport comes in from the Ornn, but it is too late.
Ooh. Oh,
Dominant team fight win by the side of Pethy's Poros.
jeez, that's brutal.
They're going to send Zins out of that dragon. They're going to take this mid turret that unfortunately Team Pigbucket cannot contest. With a nice little hook onto Tej. He was a little too bold. He needed to fall back to that second tower. They're going to pick up another kill. They're not going to be able to grab this tier 3. A quick blood pool from Vladimir saves him from the Ornn charge. Xin Zhao is going to pick up this dragon comfortably on his own.
Let's have a look. Yeah. Yep. Not a lack of vision on that too. They've got
Millie are
this.
going for a bold play, getting some vision on the dragon, perhaps not aware of the set. A curious position for him to find himself in. But it looks like the two aren't going to cross paths at all.
There we go.
But here we see him walk out scot-free. Walks right past the Ornn, and the Ornn unfortunately misses his charge. Konsu ulting and the Milio W to close that gap. Set ults, but it is a 4v1 at this point. It's likely that the set is going to be taken out. Even with the Xin Zhao and the Gecko on the way. In comes the Neela though. The Neela is hungry. Neela ult comes out, Konsu locked down, and with the knock up from the Xin Zhao. 1-for-1 here.
I think that might have been what got him a lot of expended
Fighting
ult.
in the mid lane. Pethy chunking down. Red side in turn looking to control this topside jungle. An interesting ultimate by the Nautilus. Absolutely nothing to gain from it. Red team will pick up this topside blue buff. And the Xin Zhao will reset. So they won't be going for the Baron just yet. But as we can see with the Vladimir move to top lane, they are looking to shove out the top waves, make themselves space to be able to confidently take the Baron. But what a curious game that we've seen so far. And look at the scoreboard, a 6-1 Neela. This is not the kind of position you want to be in if you're Team Pigbucket.
Team Bucket taking it rough. Yeah, hiding in the bush.
Great
yeah,
charm
no
under the
vision on
tower,
him.
but unfortunately for Konsu, the set does not care. And with that tower taken, they're going to turn around, look for the Baron. There's not much that this blue team can do here. They know it's going, but I'm more or less powerless to stop it. It does look like we'll see perhaps an attempt to contest. Out comes the Lucian ult early. A bunch of damage into the Nilo. They do still get the Baron, and now they're hungry for blood. In comes the Vladimir, the Ghost. The knockups. First goes down the Millia. Lucian Flash just in time. Meanwhile, Ornn pushing the top lane, and a set teleport to cancel that one out. But I would not be surprised here if Pethy's Poros were hungry for blood and looking to end this game. With 6 scrubs and a Baron Nashor, they simply do not care.
I don't think it's
Tower
hubris
down,
to
inhibitor down.
try and knock him down at this point, but oh,
A fight here though, nonetheless. Charm out onto the Nautilus. Nautilus ult in turn onto Teach. And the follow-up hook, it looks like they're going to be able to lock down this Viego, no problem. Look at that paper, hungry on that Xin Zhao. Looks like they're going to instead rotate the bottom inhibitor, not if Pethy has a say about it. Flash is in. Need to take this bottom turret and this bottom inhibitor. Perhaps they're just playing with their food now.
it seems pretty definite at this point. However,
Top tower gone as well.
Oh my gosh. See, I've played with some players from Team Big Pigbuck, and I know that it's possible for them to get a turnaround if they run it, but I don't exactly think they've got a lot to go off of there. Not
With
a lot
an
of gas.
open nexus.
Yep, that too. Not exactly a...
The
Possibly
position
they
that
could
wanna
wait
be
for
in.
inhibition. They could go on defensive, but not sure about that at the moment. Oh, looks like, oh my gosh, all the people running it down right now, possibly getting another dragon.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a free dragon here. Another mountain dragon, not sold quite yet, but sold point. Can't imagine that the game will get that far though. Nothing wrong with some extra armor and MR, especially on this Nautilus here. The Blood Song Warmogs, an absolute menace in the bot lane. Would not be surprising to see. For the rest of the evening, Gecko here on the Nautilus, on the Leona. The dominance of Warmogs, especially on tanky supports, cannot be overestimated right now. And the Blood Song, a nice pickup. But it looks like with an open Nexus, flashes in and out. Out comes the Lucian ult, but it's not going to be enough. I think they're going to pick up a couple kills on the way, but Team Pethy's Poros are just going to hit the Nexus.
Yeah, that's... Oh, and that is game.
That is game.
That is game. And even with a kill on Konsu at the very end, just before time. Just another one, just to rub it in. 10 up. But still very good game from each team. Love to see it.
We get a little opportunity to look at this lineup here. 23k damage. 23k damage on the Vladimir.
It's 21 minutes. No, not 21 minutes. That's entirely wrong.
Minutes.
25 minutes. That's like 21 plus 4, guys. Just in case you wanted to know. Forsaken Fellow... Oh, yep. As sort of expected, Konsu leading in damage on the Team 1 Pig Bucket. What have we got? Feng Shui Master Set doing pretty good.
Yeah, really strong play there from Feng Shui Masters on the set. A character that he does love to play.
Damn, we've got some, holy moly, big earners on Team Pethy's Poros. Only one player with under 10k.
I mean, that is what you hope would happen for the winning team, and it sounds to me...
First game down.
Captain Pethy, talk to us, man. What a
How are you
first
feeling?
game.
Hey, I mean, all I can say is we played our game. We did a good job. I think we were the first team to finish, and we started the latest. So I'm pretty happy with our team. We did a good job. Couple plays got away from us. I VOD reviewed them, talked to the team after, but generally I'm really happy with how we played. We were all on the same page, and we didn't tilt at all, which is great. Looking forward to game against my coach actually next round. Gonna be versing Ro. We'll be excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if you were afraid there. Row, of course, the team with the highest average elo. 2,000.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I will say that it'll be Ro. Ro isn't necessarily the most insane player. He's an amazing player. But what makes Ro's team so scary is just his knowledge of the game. Like his drafts, they're gonna be the best in the tournament by far. So I really want us to just like. I don't want to leak too much, but we're gonna play our game. I'm just gonna say that.
You are gonna play your game.
Games will be played.
Yeah. Also, I was also really happy with our draft that game. The game we just played. I think we drafted really well, and hopefully we can get some more of those.
Absolutely.
I've been hearing good things about the broadcast from some friends who don't even play League, and they seem to understand what's going on. So I'm quite grateful to you guys doing a good job. Thank you.
Oh wow, free players. You're welcome back in the caster seat anytime you want.
I'm very grateful for you for your DoorDash suggestion. I want to point out I blatantly ignored it actually, and I didn't go for the Philly steak. I actually went for the other. I went for the Turkish. I'm so sorry, but look, it was delicious. It was yummy. It was scrummy. Let's refresh
Yummy
my
and
DoorDash.
Scrummy. That's not bad.
It was both of those together. It was everything at once in all the right places. Everything everywhere. Your neighborhood favorites. Where's my past reviews, man? Order again.
I will probably go back to my team. We need to talk about draft and stuff.
Yeah, love us and leave us.
Catch you later, guys. Catch you later. Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Right. Awesome to have you on the stream, as always. Always welcome back to the casting desk, of course. Team captain of Pethy's Poros, Pethy himself.
To see it.
Would not be surprised if we had a while to wait for this next game.
I feel like a chocolate shake.
Ro's first game this tournament.
This might be a waste of money.
Vendrick, the one, the only. Interesting to get that one out of the way first. Vendrick being ADC for Pro Team Kanga, and Ro being the captain for said team. Very exciting. Suppose I should acclimate myself with the team names. Looks like Pethy's Poros will be up against Ro's Rabbits.
Ro's Rabbits?
Then they'll be fighting BBC Warriors. Sedimentary Cat and 4 Wards.
Huge.
And finally, David's Angels. Some exciting team names, perhaps.
Can I get that? What was that BBC one again?
BBC Warriors.
Damn. My fault. Damn. Want to point out, friend of the stream, friend of the broadcast, Tallest Short King, again, currently playing Farm Merge Valley.
Farm Merge Valley has certainly taken the League of Legends server by storm.
Perhaps.
You gotta wonder, perhaps, how much are these players focusing on this? And not the free mobile merge game.
Free mobile merge game, Farm Valley Merge. You want a game with 0 ads? Amen. I've got all my money from that merge game. That means absolutely nothing to not any non-mergers out there. But I don't associate myself with non-mergers anyways. That's what they say.
Alright, we might take this opportunity to take you back to a standby screen. Give us casters an opportunity to perhaps reassess what's going on. And perhaps to save you from what might become needless waffling in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, because we should be back very soon. To everyone who's tuned in so far, thank you very much. 4 more games to go, following the goated team Pethy's Poros. We'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. Launching straight into the draft here. Only for an immediate miss.
Ooh.
By Team Row. Perhaps not on the ball. Certainly not meaning to be a no ban, I assume. Oh, would help if I transitioned to that screen. Turns out that first ban is going to be a Z. Kazante ban coming out for Team Pethy. Definite respect on their top lane. Still the Stab's name. A ban from that Vladimir after that game, definitely want to shut it down. Interesting to note, Team Pethy's Poros did win their first game against Pigbucket's team, Athena. Rose Rabbits, their opponents, unfortunately lost against Sedimentary Cat and 4 Wards. So we do have this 0110 sort of arrangement going along. The ban on the Echo, respect on Pethy's name. The Senna ban, definitely wanting to lock Row out of the Senna Tarm, Row's team out of the Senna Tarm play. And the Azir ban on the mid lane, very interesting. Having a little bit of lobby issues. That is fine. First pick for Team Row is going to be the Jhin. We do in fact know Mr. Grimora very strong on the Jhin here. Interestingly, it does appear that we are still stuck on the starting soon screen. And that also we are muted.
Oh, wow, eh?
Yeah, or at least I can't hear anything happening, and I also am watching the stream. It doesn't appear to have updated, which is not what it's supposed to do, is it?
You joined the spectators for game 2. Looks like Pat5 just put up another one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, this is not what I want to happen, I'll be honest. I don't quite know what the problem is. Oh dear.
To my knowledge, my video is still being streamed. How did you do it before?
I just clicked the transition button and it transitioned to
What, like a we'll be right back sort of view?
yeah, it's still stuck on the starting soon screen, and I don't like that. I do not like that. It's not supposed to be. Oh dear. Well, that's a massive problem. Uh-oh. You can see the bands? Okay. I hope that's what you're saying, because it doesn't look like it's updated for
It
me.
still says my video sources going out, so...
Okay, there it's gone. Okay. Amateur hour here at the desk. Okay. Amateur hour here. Well, that's a shame. I could have been talking about the bands the whole time, instead of not being able to see them. Well, it doesn't matter because we're here now. The Nautilus Zeri bot lane pick here from Team Pethy. Again, leading that Gecko on the Nautilus might be the first mistake of Team Row here in this draft. Of course. Gecko, as we saw, very confident on the Nautilus pick, and the value from that knockup cannot be understated. Pat5 on the Viego on his comfort pick here. And the Zeri in the bot lane. This is going to be we've got 3 very strong picks here from Poros. On the other side, of course, Row. Mr. Remora very strong on the Jhin, and Alistair, a great pairing. Kha'Zix in the jungle. Very interesting to see this from Row. I do not believe I've seen him play a Kha'Zix game before. the Mordekaiser pick for the top lane. Interesting. Perhaps a pick here off of their top laner Silverstab, who is known to play Mordekaiser, who is capable of running the game on that champion. And you only have so many bans. Also perhaps an important splash of AP onto Team Pethy here. The Gwen pick in the top lane. This is someone Silverstab is very comfortable on. I am sure he's not turning his nose up at that. And a much needed splash of AP onto Team Ro's team as well. And finally the Cassiopeia pick mid lane. A very strong champion at the moment, Cassiopeia. And perhaps a counter to some of these champions who do like their movement, Viego and Zeri. The final pick from Team Pethy will be Talon on the mid lane. An interesting decision into the Cassiopeia. Perhaps leaving Team Pethy a little light in terms of AP, with only really the Mordekaiser, unless of course they're planning to play AP Zeri, which, you know, I've certainly seen stranger things happen before.
They did imply that they were cooking up something, so very excited to see
true.
what that thing was cooked up.
Looks like in a minute we're about to be locked into that 3-minute stream delay.
3-minute stream delay. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Let them know we're ready. Right, perhaps for all of the people who have since joined into the stream, we might as well do another round of introductions while we have the time. My name is Stella. I am the UCGG Vice President, and I have with me my wonderful co-caster Matthew.
Hello, I am M36 Malphite. I am Challenger. I am actually not even OCE. I'm the best in the EU at Malphite. You can look up my tag. My tag is the entire Weibo Gaming team. All of them combined. So shout out there. Don't try and find me or fact check this IRL, please.
All right, an interesting series of introductions. Thank you, Matthew. This is day 1 of the UCGG League of Legends introduction or intro tournament. First kind of large tournament that we've been able to run here on the server. A few months ago, we got this bad boy cooking. In the time since 1000 in-houses games have led to this. Very exciting day 1. Round robin format. We're following the Team Pethy's Poros as they play every single other person in the draft. And then the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated the following day for 2 best of 3s in the Fearless format. First and 14 playing second and third. And then finally, Friday night, the best of 5 Fearless draft against the top 2 teams. Winner takes all. A 1350 RP skin on the line. Generous donations, of course, from the UC Gaming Guild itself. To be able to finance such a spectacular prize for the teams competing. There's not only pride and glory on the line, but one entire League of Legends skin.
I'm sure they'll be keeping that in mind once they get to the finals.
Absolutely. Alright, as we wait for the spectator delay to tick down, do you have any opening thoughts?
Let's see. Okay. So, spectator delay. Again, I do want to reiterate what I said before, possibly for people who weren't ticked into the post-game interview after Pethy's Poros did get a 25-minute, I won't say wash, because the other team did put up a very, very, very solid fight, but they were oppressive, to say the least. And Pethy leaving a cryptic message before we continued on, before we had that little pause, saying, that they will be gaming. They will be gaming. So I wonder what they mean by that. And considering that we saw not a lot of, was there AP champions coming into this from them? I am interested in what builds we're going to see once the spectator delay screen takes over.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I can't imagine it will be an AP Zeri build, but it does put teams Pethy Poros out a little bit with, of course, that AD damage taking priority. But perhaps the other point to look at is it's not like Rose Rabbits. It's not like they have a lot of characters on their team who can exactly build armor in the first place. Perhaps a stopwatch on the Cassiopeia and Gren wouldn't be amiss. That Alistair, I'm sure, will be comfortable. So it is perhaps not a total misplay in the draft, but it is something to keep your eye on.
Keeping our eye on it. Looks like the timer has just ticked over. Loading in for me. Oh, let us have a look. Is it? No, it is not AP Zeri. Didn't think it would be AP Zeri, but still good to have a check. Yeah, you are very correct, actually. Not a lot of AP on that team. It's pretty solid, just heavy hitters. However, I can't say the same for... Well, I can say the same relatively for the other team. We've got 2 Conquerors and 1 Fleet Footwork over here. Although we do have some sorcery. Shout out to the Kazakhs First Strike and Precision. Pretty classic. And Ro is a tremendous player. Does the chat know Ro's history, or?
Yeah, it might be worth mentioning that Ro is the current captain for Kank Esports, the LCO team. So Ro, absolutely a very scary jungle. We saw these 2 teams play actually 4 scrim games yesterday. 3 of them went the way of Ro's Rabbits. So you would not be wrong in saying that it looks like Ro's team will be favoured going into this match. Especially Ro himself, a dominant jungler.
I will say so. Place your bets. We've also got Mystic Remora on the Jhin.
This is definitely her most comfortable pick here. She's a very strong Jhin player. And with that fleet work, it'll be hard to catch her. Okay. We seem to have had the same problem with the spectator data as last time. This may become a recurring theme.
Connected, and we are back in.
Broadcast it won't. But yeah, you can see that in the interest of Pethy's Poros playing their game once again with 3 Conquerors on their team. You can see that they know that kind of game that they want to play. They know the fights they want to take. And they are certainly equipped accordingly.
And we'll get ready. Set. Go.
Alright, let's see if we have the same mid lane. It doesn't look like we're going to have that same meet-up there. We do see these teams drifting to the bot side. It looks like Rose Rabbits are aware. Will perhaps put himself in an unideal position as Rose's team collapses on him. In comes the flash, the knockup from the Alistair, and it is going to be a very clean first blood. By the way of Rose Rabbits. Playing off that trick, they know that Paper loves to get his ward on enemy topside buff. Collapse on that, excellent execution there. Only going to lose the flash from Mia. But it doesn't matter, because Alistair, of course, has Hex Flash.
See, we saw that 4-time ping from Pep Fiver on Alistair's Hex Flash.
Just in case you didn't clock it.
Just in case we didn't clock it the first time, we are now aware. Oh.
Viego's still going to start his topside with a ward on chickens. Rose Rabbits are going to know. On the bot side, getting a little leash, giving And the Zeri and the Nautilus, great prio in the spot lane. Does not look like we're going to have perhaps as explosive of a first couple minutes in this game as we did up against Team Pigbucket.
Oh.
A little brawling in the top lane there from these two top laners.
Very good.
Nothing too
Mordekaiser.
surprising.
Oh, a little bit surprising.
As we know, Feng Shui Master is a very
Help.
aggressive player. He hits 2 first, but with an excellent dodge by Silver out of the way of that Mord pull. And that ping goes out. They do know that Viego's on his chickens. The Kazakhs and the Viego, of course, clearing to opposite sides of the map. Paper, a big fan of clearing top down to support his bot lane. Kazakhs perhaps looking for a kill on this Mordekaiser. They know that they can perhaps take advantage of the fact that he's quite pushed up right now. He likes to play that aggressive game.
Kazakh's still a little bit away. Let's see who's
Bot lane
again more does have vision there, so possible that they could get away in time, or they may already know what's going on. Maybe they got a little bit of inkling, but he is close by. Let's see, and
It looks like they're hoping to make a play up here. Let's see. Ghost in from Zeri, but the flash and the flash.
Ooh!
A cheeky pull from Mordekaiser. Will it be enough? Ro tanks the tower shots. It will be.
It will be.
Excellent shearing of that aggression there. Both of them
Oh
get
my
out.
god. Silver Stab makes it by the skin of their teeth, actually.
Flash is burnt there from the jungle and the top laner. A ghost from the Zeri. But with a tantalizing second kill for Team Robots. Rose Rabbits. Pethy with the invade in the mid lane. Looking to punish this Kazakhs, looking for the same play that perhaps was executed onto them in the first game. Seeing that jungle go for the aggressive play, he flashes and he ignites. And just like in their first game, they learn from that first mistake. Letting that Viego go for the gank, lose his health, and get taken on wolves, they turn it around. And they manage to find that kill on Ro on Gromp.
Possibly we could see something. Nope, they're both backing here. Thought we were going to see a little bit of action coming in on the Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia likely going to shove this wave and recall. TP from the Gwen, back in the top lane. A classic no sums top lane scenario. Not too much happening in the bot lane. Of course, a little bit more aggression from this Jhin, to be expected when you're up against a Zeri after all. Cassiopeia will take that recall. A little bit of noodling in the top lane. Not a confirmed kill, but an excellent amount of damage onto that Gwen. We can see again how aggressive their top lane of Feng Shui Masters loves to be. A recall from Rose bot lane. We see the enemy Kazakhs full clearing up once again. With the wards in the jungle though, it is likely that Red Team, as he walks over this ward, will know where he is. A little bit brawling in this mid lane here. And a disconnect from the support player with an instant pause. Looks like that was unintentional.
Oh, the game has been paused.
Can't in fact move my camera around during this pause. This will be... looks like it's been corrected though. No problem there. Back in the top lane. Caught on the ward. Decides to recall here. Game is frozen. Take bets. Do you think this Gwen is about to die?
I'm gonna say that there's a very good possibility. I would like it if the Mordekaiser could at least get one. Oh, yes.
Yep, excellent. Might just catch myself up there. Never mind. Apparently, We are right on time.
Something deep inside me.
2-2 on the scoreboard now. Great knock-up on the Nautilus. But unfortunately for Team Robots, Nautilus such a tanky character. Looks like they'll be trading Dragon for grubs here. Hextech Dragon not to be sniffed at, but neither is 3 grubs. Especially on that Gwen. Already with such oppressive tower damage. Perhaps playing the bot lane here.
Wing?
Robots, Team... gotta get out of the habit of saying that. Team Rose Rabbits do catch him on the control ward there. The stun out onto the Alistair, but again, both these supports in this bot lane so tanky. They will escape with their life. Both junglers resetting here. Very inspired mid lane here. Not a lot of action, surprisingly.
No, even 7 minutes in. 7 minutes in, it's still relatively equal, I would say. Although they do have 2 plates on the blue team here.
Yeah, we can see at the scoreboard. Gwen in a great position. Both of the team's kills. Kills spread for Pethy's Poros. One on the top laner, one on the junk. Feng Shui Masters perhaps a little too aggressive here.
Got a bit too greedy.
He's going to take a couple hits. Mordekaiser though, with that healing, not too big a problem for him.
Quite chunky, looks like they're... Yep. Well, just at the edge, can't get in time.
They have some action in the mid lane here. With a ping in from the jungler. Both junglers, of course, in position, could quickly become a 2v2. Which are significantly more advantageous here for Team Pethy's Poros, as of course Kha'Zix with his isolation damage. Ult comes out from the Cassiopeia. Ult comes out from the Talon. Quick kill onto Ro. But in turn he trades. Out comes the Jhin ult.
Does he go? Oh my gosh!
Snipe out beautifully onto Pethy. But he's still able to, with that last tick of burn, take out the Cassiopeia. 2 deaths there in that mid lane. In the meantime, the bot lane pushes out, just misses that hook onto Mystic Remora. And she will lose a plate in the bot lane, but for that kill, not too bad a trade. .5-4 here on the scoreboard, but barely a goal difference between the 2 teams, 400. Much slower gameplay than last time. Perhaps more responsible. You can see here though, this Gwen poised to be such an incredible threat here. 3-1 on the scoreboard already. Down a little bit of CS on the Mordekaiser. Missile definitely looking to be aggressive. And 2-1 onto Pethy, captain of Pethy's Poros. He'll be looking to make some plays. Looks like we've missed that incident in the top lane there. Taken down once again, a gank topped by Ro. Both of the top laners traded themselves. Ro, a big fan, of course, identified his used to be 3-1 Gwen. He knows that he wants to be playing for her. Especially when this bot side likely a little bit favoured to Pethy's Poros here. A little bit of aggression here in the mid lane.
A little
Viego
bit.
taking up Talon's lane generously looking after those minions for him. Nautilus perhaps caught out a little bit, knocked up, but he is going to hook out, not a problem. He takes a good chunk of damage, but of course such a tanky character. And in the mid lane, Talon pushing Cassiopeia down a little bit. He gets a little bit of damage off, but of course Cassiopeia so dangerous. Out comes the ult on the Talon in response to the ult from the Cassiopeia, and it looks like Cassiopeia is going to be able to pull this one off. Viego not in fact going to support his mid laner, but instead taking grubs. 3, 3, 4 each team. Very important to deny those grubs. Row in turn, looking to capitalize, take that dragon in trade. Feng Shui Master with an excellent hook onto the Zeri. Paper jumps in, and quick as that. Excellent kill in that top lane. Kha'Zix, of course, will solo take this dragon. Viego looking for some topside jungle to take to punish him, but there's not much there.
Pretty easily going through. It doesn't take wolves, actually. Oh, wow!
Kha'Zix in the jungle there, looking perhaps
Guess you
to
have to punish.
make some moves. Unfortunately, because he's in this jungle, he is not able to save his Cassiopeia mid lane. Walked right past him, but unfortunately, it looks like Pethy's Poros is going to be able to escape with their life. That Jin ult just a little bit too short. Out comes the Nord ult and the lightning crash. Viego ult over the wall. Ro takes out the support, but in turn, it looks like Paper is going to snap up a double kill there. Perhaps a little bit confusing, as the Viego ult shows the character that he is, but that double kill was, of course, for Paper. Getting a little bit greedy, looking to snap up this Jin. Pethy jumps over the wall with that bot lane shoved in. There's a quick dive. And another kill, this time for the Zeri. Cassiopeia here now, though, pushing in aggressively. Let's see if these two teams play it. But it looks like Team Pethy's Poros do just want to get out.
Doing so pretty comfortably.
Yeah, that Alistar's not going to catch them in time. Ro once again back in the top lane. Feng Shui Masters, none the wiser, no wards. Ro looking to take that topside jungle to punish the enemy Viego.
Going to be Viego coming up, possibly going to punish Ro for that.
Yeah, it's likely that Viego is going to catch Ro down here.
Yep.
And he does.
Ro is...
misses the stun though, and this is going to be disastrous for him. Viego unable to catch that stun. Ro with a mistaken flash is not able to catch him in time, and in comes the Mordekaiser. The Gwen, the Talon.
Oh no,
It's
Ro
only
is
going to get
not...
3v4 here in the top lane. Kha'Zix gets that shutdown onto the Viego, will die himself. But a massive shutdown collected.
Doesn't get that tower killed. Pethy does
Feng Shui
get the
Masters on
kill.
the Gwen, as per usual. Here comes the Cassiopeia. Ult just coming up for the Talon. And ult up on that Mordekaiser as well. With both ults up. But it looks like Cassiopeia's had enough of that. She will be returning to bot lane.
Oh, it looks like
dive
bot
under this
tower
top
is
tower. Out comes the
dead.
Gwen ults. But it's simply not going to be enough. Feng Shui Master's going to tank those tower shots, no problem. And it looks like the first tower is going to fall to Pethy's Poros.
Surprisingly, look at how low health the bot tower was. I thought it was going to fall for a second until the...
Not surprising at all. Backs in the top lane. Cassiopeia looking for an opportunity, decides not to. Rift Herald up on the map.
Okay.
But top control is, of course, favouring Pethy's Poros here. However, Viego is clearing down, and this Kha'Zix is clearing up. Does put Rose Rabbits in position to be able to contest. An interesting hex flash there by the Alistar. A responding ultimate onto the Jin from the Nautilus is going to shut down any hopes of making a play there. In the top side, Mordekaiser, a flash from the Nautilus, lightning crash from Zeri, and of course Pethy's here. Looks like they're going to snatch up Nia, no problem. Even with the Alistar ult, simply not enough. In the top lane, Mordekaiser lands a kill onto Silver Stab, even with the row here. Back in the bot lane, we're fighting left and right here. And it's going to be another kill here. 2 more kills here in favour of Pethy's Poros, and all of a sudden this game has turned. What was looking like an excellent start here 4 Rose Rabbits, especially with that early kill on the Viego. Some extra gold in the pockets. Now, the scoreline 9-16. A 4k, almost 5k gold lead here. In favor of
5k
Pethy's
gold lead is
Poros.
insane. That's insane. And also,
16
like,
minutes.
think about our predictions coming in. I don't, maybe it was both of us, but again, with Rose back catalogue, we were expecting something not this big of an upset, actually.
I was,
Considering-
you know, I'll be the first to say, I certainly believed, again, with these scrim results going 3-1 to Rose Rabbits, I was certainly believing that they were going to be the favourites coming into this match. But an incredible performance here from Pethy's Poros, who, again, are doing what they need to do. Which is play their own game.
Exactly what Pethy said in the post-first game interview. We will be...
Absolutely. The snatch up of this kill here, Pethy picks up the Jin ADC, no problem. Mia perhaps slightly out of position, but she gets out anyway. Mordekaiser shoving in this top lane. Gwen is on her way. They start the dragon. A little difficult to pull it out with Mountain Dragon here.
Pulling it out a
Mordekaiser
little
unable
bit.
to claim this tower, but he does drag the Gwen away, making it significantly harder for Team Rose Rabbits to be able to contest this. Zeri slides in very aggressively. Down goes the Rift Herald. They're looking for mid.
The Rose split in between whether they should help their top lane and whether they should... Oh, yep.
Zeri takes the Herald the other way. Perhaps an accidental misfire there. Puts her in a terrible position, but the lightning crash comes out nonetheless. Mia, though, so tanky, does not care. Shutdown
Getting
goes
ready
onto
for the
Rogue
charge.
with his first reset. Onto the Alistar. Ro running for his life. Out comes the Jin ult. Dodges the first bullet, jumps out of the way, but Gwen is there to pick him up anyway. But here follows the team. Mordekaiser with the shutdown onto the Cassiopeia. Pethy jumps over the wall, following this Gwen. Even with the ghost burnt, he's just unable to catch her.
Yep, and we've got
They're gonna shove this
potentially...
mid-wave in.
Oh...
An easy crash here. Onto the turret. Super Remora and Mia alive. The Mordekaiser ult going off.
Destroyed there. Me... Oh! We love to see it.
Perhaps that's an issue with Spectator, but that Mordekaiser ult perhaps didn't display in the way I'm used to it. Looking. Not a problem though. It's going to be resets here. For Pethy's Poros, we pull up the scoreboard here. They could not be more pleased right now. This top lane matchup has flipped, favouring Feng Shui Masters now. The Viego getting his money up, and of course the 6-2 Talon. They are a very scary team right now. But of course, if they can't end in time, Team Rose Rabbits, with the Jin, with the scaling Cassiopeia, with his Gwen, they'll be scary forces in the late game.
Possibly why they were playing so aggressive initially. Shout out to the Mordekaiser for that one.
Out comes
Oh.
the Gwen ult. Does a little bit of chip damage. Ultimately doesn't matter. Paper has to burn his ultimate to get out. But of course better than dying. Pethy likely looking to catch this bot wave. A little bit of damage on the mid wave. They catch out Ro, who looks to be rotating up into this top side. The Mordekaiser and the Viego. Viego caught out here by the Alistar, but no team to follow up on him. So he will be okay for now, but now it's Mordekaiser, who ults Imperator. It appears that this is how Mordekaiser ult looks like in Spectator mode. Perhaps a little disorienting, but not a problem. Feng Shui Master is going to land the kill. Ro just gets out with his life. Excellent knockback there. But a flash and a Q and a good night Mordekaiser there. An excellent shutdown once again onto Ro. He's doing an excellent job picking up these shutdowns. Ultimate onto Silver Stab by Nautilus, unfortunately burnt. The excellent use there of Wing W. Mia has to burn ult to not die to the Zeri, playing very aggressively in the top lane, or in the top jungle by herself, especially when we know Ro is in the area. But it looks like they'll both be taking resets. Just kidding, they've called it off. An interesting decision here by the Zeri to push that, but did delay the recalls, so perhaps a solid tactical maneuver from Pethy's Poros there.
Does waste a lot of their time there, no leash on the other character.
But with almost a 7k gold lead in favour of Pethy's Poros, Rose Rabbits are going to have to pull something out of a hat. And it's going to need to be more than a rabbit.
That was a good one. That one was awesome.
That was awesome.
I give you props for that one.
Thank you.
I give you props for that one. Let us see what is
Jin
going
ult
on.
goes
No
down.
conflict yet.
Pethy, no problems though. In the meantime, looks like these teams have perhaps taken a little break from their originally aggressive style of play.
I do see that. Looks like there is a ping going down
Diego
on.
onto the Kha'Zix, jumps in, has to ult over the wall. Kha'Zix follows him. In comes the Nautilus ult.
Yeah, it's
Pethy
away.
can kill bot lane. Paper unable to participate in this fight. Nautilus has to burn his flash. In the meantime, in comes Feng Shui Masters, knocked away by Mia. Pethy continuing to push that bot lane. Somebody's going to have to go down and deal with him. They jump onto Mia, flash over the wall, and ultimate by the Cassiopeia. Incredible. A lightning crash out from Zeri. And a pop of that stopwatch onto the beams, going to save her. Feng Shui Master's doing his best. Massive shield from his W there. In comes Talon. Had enough of the bot lane, but unfortunately he is going to be locked up. Massive shutdowns onto the side of Team Robots, but it doesn't matter because in comes the Zeri and in comes the Viego. That gold lead now, 8k, even with those shutdowns, in favor of Pethy's Poros. Jin locked up by the Viego. The smite comes out.
To clean up.
And Paper able to bring up the ace. Finishes them off. Rotating into the top side. Perhaps looking to set up for this Baron. Going for a reset instead. Much more likely, considering the respawns of these teams. And what an interesting dragon fight that was. Again, a situation that originally looked great for Rose Rabbits. Turned around in favour of Pethy's Poros. Once again, will we remind, the 3-1 score in favour of Rose Rabbits in these scrims, definitely the favoured team coming in, and it would be incorrect to say that this team has not put up a valiant fight here. But it looks like as this lead increasingly grows here, the 11-4 Viego, he's running the show, jumps onto Ro, quickly followed up by Pethy.
Down.
The ult from the Nautilus, just not enough. Looks like he's going to escape.
Rest of the team comes up possibly to Rose's defense, although he is backing out there. Might just be a...
Looks like they are going to have to go at this dragon here. Mia looking for a little reversal on Pethy, but he simply jumps the wall.
Flips over, double flip, is very graceful.
The Jin ult comes out for the Baron. Red team are going
Baron
to slow
has
that, no
been
problem.
taken.
And it looks like this team will be taking a reset. A curious maneuver here. Not quite sure what you could call that.
I would call it the Jukes. I'd say Alistair did get
so how much
played.
can you complain?
It was incredibly entertaining though. Oh,
Another interesting maneuver here in the mid lane. I would not be surprised if Pethy's Poros were looking to take advantage of this Baron and end this game here. Start shoving in these waves, pressuring the enemy.
see a lot of coordinating.
sending a bunch of the team mid.
Maud is backing though.
And if you take a look at this scoreline after these buys, really strong buys out here.
I did not even notice bot lane there. 2 towers taken for bot lane.
And incredibly shoved in bot lane. Does create a lot of problem here.
Possibly just trying to make sure that there's not as brutal a lead. Mordekaiser's pretty well off.
A brawl in the bot lane. Pethy is dead for this fight. An undesirable position indeed. Out comes the lightning crash. And the Viego ultimate. He gets his first reset on the Kazakhs. The Zeri's going to be taken down though on the wrong side of the wall. Gecko also going to be taken out. Now it's just Viego and Mordekaiser. Viego is able to get that kill. Mordekaiser needs to be tanking these bullets. Or, of course, out comes the Gwen W. Not a problem at all.
Fiver gets away, comes back in.
Also to Mia here for the Mordekaiser, if you can't tell. Because you certainly wouldn't know if someone didn't tell you. Of course, Mordekaiser is such a dominant force at this point in the game, especially when he stacks up his Conqueror. He is a tank to be reckoned with. Fiver going to be killed by the residual poison from Cassiopeia. An excellent shutdown onto her. And they're finally going to be able to claim that Mordekaiser. Look at this. Their gold lead shrinks a little bit there from those massive collected shutdowns. It's still a 6k gold lead. But of course, every single member of Pethy's Poros is dead. That Baron buff is long gone. Dragon up in 30 seconds instead. Pethy's Poros jungler not going to be up in time to contest that on spawn. Ro in his topside jungle right now. Just a quick smite to save his blue buff from being taken by the Zeri. In the mid lane here, now that they know where this Ro is, Pethy Pat's positioning himself, looking to get a pick on the jungler. Especially considering this dragon coming up in just 5 seconds.
Pat Fiver could just TP to a ward there. No, they can't.
Pat Fiver does not have teleport.
Take that back. Did not look at it properly. Very much cannot do that. It is not looking good for them at this point, though.
Gecko perhaps positioned a little too aggressively. He's going to find himself caught out by almost all of Pethy's Poros there. And it looks like they'll be taking this dragon here. Talon in the top lane. Jumping on this Cassiopeia.
Pethy doing a lot of trolling up here.
He is going to get that kill.
Comes almost dies to minion damage, actually.
Down in the bot lane, the dragon does go to Rose Rabbit. It's a very important dragon for them to take there to stop Mountain Soul, which would be incredibly strong on this Mordekaiser. Mia caught out there, has to flash.
Just jumps out of... Oh my gosh. Just jumps out of rocket range and gets that back.
Jhin ult comes out. Not enough.
Again, Mordekaiser forced to be reckoned with. 1, 2, 3. He does not care. He does not give a damn. He could.
He chooses not to.
He chooses not to. Very chunky mans.
A little bit of downtime on the map here. Baron not up for 120. Gives both of these teams an opportunity to just play it a little slow.
Yep, get your money up.
Desperately, Jhin needs to be farming these waves. So behind in gold. One minute on this Baron now. The recall from the Nautilus, an excellent line of vision you can see on this mini-map down here. Giving Pethy's Poros excellent lock-in onto exactly where the enemy team is. Very important before this Baron comes up. And it looks like the team is moving accordingly.
They have a lot of vision.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and at a crucial point in this map. Or in this match. Mordekaiser with his teleport almost up, able to go make aggressive plays in the bot lane. Because he will be able to turn up to that dragon in time. Looks like he's caught out a little bit here.
Cool. Oh!
So much damage. He ults the Gwen. Does not care. Gwen ult comes out in response. and the stopwatch as well. Feng Shui Masters caught out here.
Oh!
And of course, Ro, despite Mordekaiser with those Pethy items, such a dominant force here. In this top lane, looks like they're going to be shoving out the top lane. Shoving out the bot lane, sorry. Looks like Pethy's Poros are still deciding that they want to take this Baron here.
Pethy coming into...
Will Talon be enough to contest?
this?
Especially when the team is moving to this Baron. This could be the
Oh,
full break.
yes.
Pethy with an incredible ultimate, so much damage. Able to take out Ro here. Red team smites the Baron. Pethy's Poros do not care. In comes the hook. Locked up. An excellent ult by the Cassiopeia, but it's not going to be enough. The lightning crash comes out. Pethy unable to secure the kill on the Gwen in the top lane, but I'm not quite sure it matters here. In comes the Viego. Ultimate locked
my
up onto
God,
the Cassiopeia. Not
cleaning
even a
them up.
problem. Excellent rotate from Pethy. Able to secure Mia. There's only 2 people left for the side of Rose Rabbits now.
Silvermora doing the back. That means
In
that
they
Silver
go.
Stab is on their own. Oh!
Mr.
And
Grimore
contest!
needs to
Oh
recall.
my gosh!
The flash from the Mordekaiser, sorry, not the flash, the teleport from the Mordekaiser.
And they're Talon onto... Oh my lord.
Looks like this might be game.
This... Oh,
In comes
chopping
Pethy
through
Poros
that.
on the
That's
towers.
butter.
The underdogs.
That's butter.
200
Silver
LP
Stab,
below. The Nexus
Oh,
falls.
oh my gosh!
A cheeky stopwatch from Feng Shui Master there. Doesn't want to hurt his KDA. And an excellent victory by Pethy's Poros.
It was a lot tighter than I expected. Just absolutely cutting through their team like butter at the end of there. And
It was certainly
Still-
down to the wire at the end there. I would not have been surprised if we saw some kind of Skerio maneuver come out there from Team Pethy, from Team Rose Rabbits.
could have been a massive ace leading to an upset and a push in, but they did still have all of mid lane, so... Although I will say... No vision up top. So... Pretty secure, but there could have been an upset here. Do want to point out Feng Shui Masters Mordekaiser with the almost 40k damage.
And honestly, Mordekaiser's such an oppressive pick here. Of course, because the enemy team's all AD. No one on this team, not a lick of magic resist to be seen. Allows this Mordekaiser to operate, of course, at his full potential. And if we swap across to damage shielded, it's the same numbers. A lot of damage taken here by the Kazakhs, I might add. But look at that, Mordekaiser's so comfortable to soak up all of that damage. Another incredible performance from Pethy's Poros. Let's see if we can get the Pethy himself back on the mic. And yes, we can. Pethy, talk to us.
I would like to say that Mordekaiser is so broken. Did you see how Mordekaiser is so broken? Like, oh my gosh, man. I am so fed. I have like 50 kills on Talon, and the guy's doing more damage than me. And he's building like tank items, yeah. That champ looks... Did you see what he was doing to that team? He's like 1v3ing them, 1-for-1ing, 1-for-2ing. He's like actually the GOAT. Actually, like, really impressed with my Mordekaiser this
Incredible
game.
performance from Feng Shui Masters, for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, Pethy, how do
I'm very
you
happy.
feel about that win? I'm sure everybody here knows that.
All I can say is, a lot of people, they doubted me going into this tournament, saying that I'm a 3-trick, I can't play other champions. I'd like to show that I play Talon too.
he's a 4th trick.
I'm
Fourth
a 4th
trick.
trick. I got a 4th trick.
You were.
Yeah, but I'm really happy about
underdogs coming
I
into
think
this.
I think our support. I'm super pleased with him. He was syncing with Will and I incredibly well, and really, I'm just really impressed. I think I'm really happy with my team, and I'm excited to see where the rest of this tournament goes. Glad I could join the call. Yeah.
Absolutely. It is, of course, such a
Yeah,
pleasure
yeah.
having you on the caster's desk as always. And I must say, if you
Yeah,
continue
yeah.
to play games like these, you are certainly more than welcome on the stream.
Yeah. Also,
anytime.
I'd like to give an 07 to the Jin that game. He could not play to save his life. It was unfortunate for him. He tries to walk to the team fight. There's a Talon waiting in the bush. He gets insta killed. Yeah, unlucky for Burr.
Well, the talent in the
Like
Viego, Squishy's worst nightmare.
Yeah, it's not a lot he could do. 07, world's most powerful rabbit. Excited to get my first game on blue side this game. That's all I can say. Okay. You guys know how the other games went? I didn't really pay too much attention. I know
yes,
that
we do.
unfortunately my Go Bucket lost again. But hopefully he can get a win game 3. It'll be great to see him tomorrow.
I can tell you, Sedimentary Cat and 4 Warts lost to BBC Warriors. BBC Warriors.
Yep, just repeat the name.
Hey, BBC Warriors is the ones.
Lost to David's Angels. Did beat Athena. David's Angels beat BBC Warriors and beat Sedimentary Cat and 4 Wards. So currently, you and David Angels, that's Captain Tofu's team, are the 2-2-0s in this tournament. Athena and Rose Rabbits. Double goosey eggs.
Again.
Sedimentary Cat, 4 Wards, BBC, 1-0.
How was your Uber Eats, by the way? Stanko Greep.
I did get a chocolate shake again from an unnamed location. I won't say endorsements.
I won't say. If I speak, I'll be in big trouble.
I'll be in big trouble if I say anything, but at the same time, yeah, again, really delicious food. I want to point out to you, again, we all know Rose's back catalog. We're very aware of that. Casting Desk and everybody on the UCGG League server is very aware of their back catalog. So they were one of the favorites in this tournament, and damn, we did maybe in the first really early game weeks were still had expectations. Sorry, but we expected that they might be the favorite to win. I'm sorry if I've betrayed your trust. I was very impressed. I was thoroughly impressed with your gameplay.
You should feel great about that win. An
Yeah, that was a really good win. I'm gonna leak the scrim results now. We actually did lose to them 3-1 last night. Well, we lost 2-1, and then one of the games we let's just say we gave up. Let's just say we gave up at 5 minutes, and we redid it. So I'm honestly pleasantly surprised. I was a little bit worried going into this game, but we managed to get the win. So very happy to see that.
Absolutely, and you will be in.
I will have to leave now because I'm pretty sure Laquan wants to get the draft done.
Best of luck against BBC Warriors.
Yeah, let's get it.
All right, once again, always lovely to have Pethy on the stream. Should be loading up into this draft very quickly. As we can see, the lobby full.
Oh.
I imagine we'll be getting this draft done as soon as we're ready.
Game lobby is full. We might kick somebody out into the watching section. For as much as we love League of Legends, perhaps a little bit of love for their spectating. A little bit more love could be applied by them.
Right.
And there, a little bit of love. There, yeah, I'm feeling the love now.
Feeling the love. Okay, perhaps people too excited to go spectator.
I'm feeling so much. I'm feeling love. Love. I will say that unnamed brand of chocolate shake is really just it reminded me how lactose intolerant I really am, but sometimes you just got to tolerate it. Sometimes you just have to tolerate it. You've just got to, power through. Let me change I'll keep my Viego background. Now, I haven't heard a lot. We've got Pethy's Poros again against BBC Warriors. Can you tell me anything about the players here? Are we aware of any of their back catalogue?
Well, we can say that Orzon is the highest ranked support in this in the draft entirely. Actually, a very strong player, able to play, pretty much any kind of support you need, which will be really good for sustained. There will be a really strong bot lane.
Very interesting. So two O's coming against each other.
No, BBC Warriors are 0-1. David's
Oh.
Angels are currently 2-0.
Take that back, guys. That was actually wrong information. Continue.
You just like spreading lies for fun.
I like spreading lies for fun. We counted up money for fun.
Team Laquan's average elo 1820, so just 24 higher than Team Pethy's. So perhaps not an immediate favourite going into this. Classical, a very confident top laner, really strong picks on the Gwen, but as we saw with Feng Shui Masters, not too afraid of a Gwen player. Into this draft, we see that Gwen banned anyway, as well as that Tristana mid. Definitely don't want to play into that. Laquan, of course, with the Vladimir, the Zed, and the Viego bans, they've been paying attention to these drafts. They know what they need to be afraid of. They picked the Samira Nautilus bot lane for Laquan immediately snapped up. We would not be surprised to see some high-quality Nautilus play from Orzon, and this of course does put Gecko out as he cannot play Nautilus himself. Echo in the mid lane, a pick that Pethy's quite comfortable on. The Neela into the Samira, very interesting. Both characters, you know, hoping to dash in, and it looks like, I would not be surprised, a Leona to match. Leona Nautilus matchup, that matchup should be favoured a little bit to the Leona. But of course we know how aggressive that Samira can be, and the kind of damage that a good Samira can put out. So certainly a very scary bot lane for both teams. Malzahar in the mid lane pick rounds out the first stage. Both with the AP mids, very interesting. Xin Zhao ban, Dr. Mundo ban, excellent ban for Team Pethy. Classical on, also very confident on the Mundo. And the Xin ban, of course, we did see that first game. Pat 5 are very comfortable on the Xin Zhao. Yes, this is shaping up to be quite an interesting draft from the looks of it. That Echo, the Neela, Leona, looks like Pethy's team very interested to kind of get in there. Malzahar, though, very much looking to get that one pick. A Diana ban. Very interesting, coming out for Laquan's team, BBC. Not particularly interesting. The ban did not go through at the end. There was a Zyra ban. Not surprising. We have seen some very scary Zyra games from Pat Fiver on that jungle. The Mordekaiser top ban as well. Really stripping away Classical's options here with the Gwen, with the Mundo, with the Mord. Locking in the Alawi themselves. Very interesting Ivan jungle pick here. Now, I personally cannot comment on the skill of their jungler. But that's a very interesting decision, the Ivan. Another kind of supportive champion alongside that Malzahar. With that very strong Daisy lockdown. Laquan, though, 2,700 LP jungler, not too bad. And the brand jungle finally locked in for Pat Fiver, giving that team a much needed boost of AP. And a pick that Pat Fiver is quite comfortable on. Great clear speed on the brand. We'll be able to contest Ivan. And the final pick, a Gnar top lane pick. Now I personally also cannot comment on the skill of their top laner on Laquan. Sorry, not Laquan. On Laquan's team. I do not believe I have ever seen Classical pick Gnar before. So this is quite interesting. We're seeing a couple picks from these people that I have yet to see them play before. Perhaps a good example of the importance of strong bans here. Taking these champions off characters they're comfortable on. Putting them onto the Malzahar, the Iva, and the Gnar. Very interesting to see here from the least, to say the least. It is an actual
secret
Ivan
tech
pick.
we don't know about.
Looks like
and
we
we're
learned
in.
into the blind draft. Alright.
Yep, I am prepared. Fiver. Shout out and shout out. I've heard that last Christmas there was a certain person as part of a Secret Santa who bought a lovely skin for Pat Fiver.
Somebody
what has
left
happened here?
the lobby. They were not ready. I see.
We're not ready.
They took the R for us. From us, not the R from them. Casters, of course. We do gotta let them know.
Oh, left again.
little bit of perhaps technical difficulties, but nothing these two teams can't sort out.
No changes in pixel bands anymore? Okay, good. Oh,
They don't own Nah. Interesting. See, this is
something may have been needed to be sorted out beforehand, but that's okay.
this is perhaps an example of the strength of banning out someone. When you ban the Gwen, when you ban the Maud, when you ban the poor guy out, he's gonna pick a champion he doesn't even own.
Pretty
It'll be
impressive
very
band
interesting
picks.
Then to see.
Alawi does fit Feng Shui Master's playstyle quite to a T, actually. Mordekaiser and Alawi, those really big, beefy, tanky champions, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Echo from Pethy.
Echo from Pethy, a pick that he is very comfortable on. Of course, we've seen him on the Vlad, seen him on the town. We'll see him on the Echo, playing these quite aggressive. He loves to get in there, stir up a little bit of trouble.
Little mischief maker.
Of course, as always, time to use this downtime to talk a little bit about what we're doing here. I think a fine time to do reintroductions. I, of course, am Stella. I'm the Vice President of the UC Gaming Guild, and one of your wonderful casters for the evening. And working alongside me is the one, the only, Matthew.
Also known as Stankle Grebe, Greeble Stank, many other things, known by many names. I am actually an M43 Malphite, and I am a M100 Fizz. You can check out Faker, that's my op.gg. Faker, check out Faker. I was actually alive 2 decades ago.
Alright, a wonderful
It's
introduction from you as always. Of course, once again, shamelessly plugging in the stream chat, this time from my personal account. Haha, whoops. The UC Gaming Guild Discord server, the UC Gaming Guild League of Legends Discord server, and of course, the spreadsheet that contains all of the data for these games. For anybody who's interested to get in and have a little noodle around, see what's happening. You can see the average elos for all of the players, for the teams, what all of the team compositions are, the win-losses for all of them. Very excellent work done by Pep Fiber, funnily enough, the jungler of Pethy's Poros.
Huge work. Want to give a big shout out to really all of the coordinators, everybody who's made stuff happen to get this tournament underway. Let's see, are there any specific names you'd like to shout out?
Absolutely. For a start, shout out, of course, to Pep Fiber, doing so much of this work behind the scenes, putting together our data, our spreadsheets, an admin on the server, a general pleasant guy to be around, of course, providing us some excellent content to stream to the audience. Shoutouts, of course, to the rest of the moderating team. Pethy, once again, the mid laner on this team, absolute angel. Captain Tofu, another moderator, another hard worker. Let me tell you, I've watched the preparation that he has done. Him and his team have done, and the work, absolutely amazing. He's putting his heart and soul into this. It's extremely admirable and very impressive. And of course, love to Vendrick Best AD. Our final moderator on the moderator team, absolute angel, captaining Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. And of course, love to all of the UC Gaming Guild executive. I know Aho Mango, saw him in the chat earlier. Quato Pine, all of the executive behind the scenes, who of course have supported me, who have generously donated some money for us to give prizes to the winning teams. And of course, my goat on the other mic.
So you gotta say my name again. Gotta say my name. People know.
Matthew,
Damn.
aka Snake Grebe, aka Greeble Snake, aka Hide on Bush.
Yeah.
I'd like to mention in this period of supporting you, the game has popped. We are ready to go.
what is the bet that I will be disconnected and then reconnected a third time?
I believe the odds are pretty good for us to once again.
Let's see, nothing yet.
Very
Let's
interesting.
look
A bit
at.
of a change up of the kind of playstyles that these two teams want. We still have the Neela with the Conqueror and the Alawi with the Grasp, who will certainly be looking for those longer fights later game. But we see both the Brand and the Echo with Electrocute, looking to go in, get those quick picks. It's likely we'll see those two pulling off a lot of, quick maneuvers, hoping to get some kills before the fight even started. Matched in the bot lane. Oh, we didn't get connected. This is a pleasant surprise.
Huge.
We have once again.
Already. Come on, 15 seconds, 12, and in. Here we go.
Organize the scoreboard. These guys think I work for free or something.
I mean, technically you do. Or do I don't know.
Yeah, I do.
Never mind, not technically. You just do.
We had an aggressive maneuver bot lane. It looks like, once again, an unfortunate flash from Leona, not going anywhere. The Ignite
way.
comes out. A flash follow-up there is going to be, once again, the flash lost. The first kill, the first blood lost. For Pethy's Poros going to their opponents. Let's see if perhaps this time, BBC Warriors are going to be able to do anything with it. We've seen this early game success often not pan out for these teams in the way that they were hoping.
Could be true. They did just burn 2 dashes.
They did burn both flashes bot lane and an ignite. Their Leona is down flash, but still has Hex Flash, so not too big a problem.
I mean, just look, we're still up a lot on ability. Oh, damn. And, yep, I forgot. Both Flash and Ignite burned for Nautilus, so if they get thugged on a little bit later with some sort of gank coming from bot side, not likely, but just in case, then could spell something negative for them.
And that kill did end up going onto the Nautilus. Not the most ideal situation there. Definitely that Samira much would have preferred 400 gold onto her. Nautilus still with the boots back though.
Ivan leisurely strolling.
Ivan doing his most whimsical job in the top lane. Setting up his clear. In the top lane, a little bit of brawling. Nothing too ridiculous though. Alawi, of course, unfortunate to take Grasp into this matchup. Generally, you don't want to be taking Grasp when your opposing laner is Anar, playing from range as much as possible. Brand with a very unhealthy clear. He's not having too good a time. Another hook from Orizon, as you can see. Absolutely, such a strong support. Definitely something to be afraid of here. In this bot lane.
Pushed in. Very pushed in top side.
Very pushed in top side, very pushed in bot side. But Pethy's Poros bot lane only just hitting 2. Definitely not the kind of position they want to be in.
Are they going to get a plating off that? It's close.
It is surprisingly close, especially 4 minutes into the game. Of course, bot lane doesn't have that same kind of early game tower protection that the rest of the lanes do.
I don't have that, but they do have Cat 5 near them.
Going for the recall, but still in the area in case Na needs any support. Going to take that recall anyway. Both junglers resetting, looking to start up their clears once again.
Pretty impressive on this Nar, actually.
Yeah,
we
Feng
did
Shui Masters,
talk
you
about
know him, he's so aggressive. Malzahar burning TP. Perhaps the most relaxed game that we've watched so far. A little bit of maneuver, Pethy getting off his electrocute proc, but nothing too crazy.
Again, only
Ivan in the bot lane, perhaps looking for a maneuver. Pethy again getting some more damage. Ivan coming in from the backside. A great engagement onto the Samira though by the Leona. The flash from the Neela comes out necessary. Both ignites are down. Looks like this Leona is going to be picked up here. Turning their attention onto the Nautilus, who's so tanky. You can see this Neela desperately dumping in auto attacks. It does not matter. And combined with the Ivern shield, it is simply not enough. It's going to be a 2-1 in the bot lane in favor of BBC Warriors.
BBC Warriors not up too much gold, actually. Not too much gold. Surprisingly close, not yet.
Devastatingly for the Samira, 3 assists. Not a kill yet. 1 kill going onto the Ivern, staking his Dark Seal. 2 kills so far on the Nautilus. Not what you want to see. This Neela with 1 kill. You can see she has a stronger buy than the Samira, despite the down position they were originally in, because Neela was able to secure at least 1 kill in that lane. So definitely a point to be made about how, despite a very successful play in the bot lane, currently not perhaps putting Sustained as ahead as he'd like to be at this point. If you're going to stop that recall. But Ivan is there to save Zarami from perhaps anything too ridiculous at this point in the game.
Still a pretty good exchange from both of them. I do want to say that having a look there, the team Pethy's Poros is still up on CS.
Yeah, that gold lead, surprisingly only 300, despite kills in favor of BBC Warriors. An invade here in this top side. It looks like they know the Echo is there, but he's still looking to see if he can make some kind of aggressive play. Zone this Ivern out of his jungle.
Oh, is he gonna? Yes, he's gonna be able to get away in time pretty comfortably, actually. And
a little bit of aggression here in this top lane.
Very surprising that there's no support from the Ivern at that top lane, but he can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah, absolutely not. The ultimate comes out from Pethy. Nazaha still not 6 quite yet. Does not manage to ping him with the ultimate damage. Looks like Brand's going to be able to take these grubs. Brand grubs clear so fast, by the way. Nothing too bad happening in this bot lane here. Alawi is going to take this back. Looks like Brand will be able to get out.
Oh.
Providing that this Malzahar doesn't... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be recalls from the Gnar.
Takes vision there.
And in turn, looks like Ivan is going to start hitting that dragon. Not much that Pethy's Poros
do you think this is going to be contestable?
I do not believe so, no. Enemy, we can see that Pap5er did not actually take his reset and is still currently... He's farming his top side. The mid lane shoved in, the bot lane shoved in. It is a pretty safe drag for BBC Warriors to take here.
At least they can sort of level things out with grubs. Not quite, but...
Grubs is a pretty comfortable pick here for them. You can actually see that the gold lead is now slightly in favour of Pethy's Poros. And the grub's so strong here, especially with that Alawi, who just wants to be pushing, split pushing as much as possible. An excellent hook onto the Samira, who is not yet 6. Out comes the Neela ultimate as well. Leona Neela ult down.
Wow.
Out comes the ultimate from the Ivern.
Revenge
Ivern
song.
flashes.
We have
Jigger a piss. Unfortunately, despite the ghost, just unable to get it. Gekko
not quite running
away.
away. Ivan's still coming back in.
And
he
down
wants
comes
to smoke.
Echo, cleaning it up. A very
Beautiful.
interesting maneuver in that bot lane. Again, what I showed that despite Gekko only being a bronze support, such a important player in these games, landing these hooks consistently on the Samira, locking her down. Even when Pethy's Poros are forced to take these trades, a lot of the time they're comfortably going in their favour.
Yeah, I want to point out equal on kills and now up gold over a K. Oh no, I take that back.
Yeah, you will have to take that back though, unfortunately. Gekko getting locked down under that turret. The Nautilus ult burnt though. A little bit of brawling here in the top lane. Allowing so much damage to the turret. You can see really the strength of grubs coming out. But look at this Gnar. Alawi surprisingly escapes. But unfortunately is going to get locked up by this Ivan, and it's 1-2. His shoes were buckled.
Does not give Gnar the kill though, so...
Neela in the mid lane now. Pethy still in the bot lane, has not had an opportunity to reset quite yet. But it looks like Brand's going in. Nautilus hooking away.
Getting away pretty comfortably there. No towers down. No tower. Almost 10 minutes, and there is. Okay, I am looking at the top tower there, and has actually been pretty thoroughly
Poros
shit-pointed.
missing that hook, but still stopping the recall. Neela now rotating down to the bot lane. Finally, they're getting that swap off. Malzahar, meanwhile, doesn't do a lot of damage to towers, but is still going to cook himself up some plating money.
Nah.
Up in the top lane, though.
Oh my
Malawi
god.
Once again, playing so aggressively. These grubs putting in the work, doing so much damage to those towers.
Not care about Nah at the moment.
And surprisingly, despite the fact that, of course, Classical did not even own this character, he's putting up an impressive fight. Out comes the Alawi ult, out comes the Nah ult. The healing from the Alawi is so strong, but she's only got one tentacle. Flash is burned from both top laners, and it's going to go in the way of Feng Shui Masters. Of course, there's only so much you can
Closer
do
than
there.
expected.
Closer than expected for sure. Is, again, from someone who did not even own Nah, who had to purchase this Nah before the game could begin. He's putting up a valiant fight, but that
Possibly
Alawi, of
some
course,
alt account cooking.
is going to use this opportunity, likely to take this tower here. She's
Yep,
so
and
hungry. In the bot lane, once again, this Leona showing her absolute prowess.
First tower. First turret.
She is going to be cooked up here. Samira ult,
Oh.
Nautilus ult, Ivan ult. There's only so much you can do against all three of them. But again,
At the same.
I cannot give Gecko enough of his flowers for all of the work that he's been putting in again, as a bronze support up against a master's support. Very difficult.
Surprising to see. There's not a lot of. Oh, okay.
Here comes
Only
Pethy. Daisy
two
is
plays.
still up, and of course with the lockdown from the Malzahar, it's going to be very difficult for him to play, but he does get the ultimate off. Unfortunately,
No
he
way.
has no mana. Excellent stun there onto the Malzahar. He's going to have to flash, and unfortunately, Malzahar is going to take him down, but not if Will has something to say about it. He's going to flash after the Malzahar to get that auto attack off.
Is he?
Not sure
Not
he needed
all-
to do that. I'm a believer that that burn would have done it for him. But a kill's a kill. Classical now on this top lane. Very interesting maneuver in this mid lane there.
Getting a little bit before the Alawi comes up. Don't think he'll be able to take that wholly.
Tower.
In fact, he does seem to be
Look
backing
at
out
that.
of it.
Ivan back on the gank.
Ooh.
Daisy
We are
up
seeing-
again.
And this is a force to be reckoned. No,
A strong
no.
Leona hook, and unfortunately she's going to be caught out by the Samira ult. Down comes the root again. Pet5 caught and caught and caught. A dash up from Samira. An excellent play under tower.
And
3 kills.
Pethy's
Again,
coming in.
Only one
Is he
kill
gonna be
going
able to do
onto that
anything?
Samira.
Coming in for zoning off. Nope.
Malzahar hits the
Theory.
bot lane. I've been going for the recall, so they won't get the dragon immediately. 6 grubs in the way of Pethy's Poros. So they're a little bit up on these objectives. But yeah,
Yeah,
look
up
at
on
this
objectives,
scoreline.
down on kills significantly though.
I would not be happy if I was the Samira and I had 8 assists. 4 kills onto the Nautilus, 6 onto the Ivan, which aren't too misplaced. He does have, of course, now a Magi Soul Stealer. So he's certainly stacking his AP, but to be 1, 3, and 8 on that Samira, she would certainly be a lot more scary if more of these kills were on her. Pethy's Poros now moving on to the dragon. Leona, that first line of defense.
I want
comes
to
a
point out
flash.
CS Chasm actually.
Looks like blue team's going to get away with it though. Another flash. No hook landed though. The ultimate comes out onto Echo and then the root. He's going to ult, but again he's so low on mana. And he's just going to be snapped up by that Samira who dashes and goes for an excellent ultimate. Shut down by the Leona Q.
No,
and the
no.
brand damage and the ignite. And there are so many people low in that fight. Up top lane, Alawi just going to be able to eke out that kill. 1 brand ultimate. I'm sure Pet5 wishes he had it now.
Pretty uncontested top lane actually.
Yeah, Alawi with an excellent kill onto the Nah here.
Nobody
Samira
even
is
close to
Samira
her.
Nort are recalling. They might be able to head along, provide some assistance to that top tower. For the 2-1 Alawi, 114 CS.
Nah,
She's
back
starting to
time to
become a
spare.
problem in the top lane. Especially, look, you can see she's recalling, she's going bottom. Alawi making that space by pushing these lanes out. Going to become a problem for Team BBC if they are unable to deal with her. On the flip side, Samira picked up a second kill.
We do love to see it.
Looks like Team
Now
BB's
doing
Poros
cleanup
in a
and
very
cleanup.
comfortable position to pick up this Rift Herald now. Such a
And they've got
dominant
it.
top side of the map. 6 grubs and a Herald. Feng Shui Masters in the bot lane now. Interestingly, being matched by the Samira Nort here. Ivan going for the reset. The hook lands onto the Alawi, but she's so tanky. Obviously, with that gauntlet, with those tab eyes, she is an absolute nightmare for the Samira.
Oh,
In the mid lane, a little bit of back and forth. Nah, on his way to top lane. The Pethy is long gone. Alawi herding the Samira Nort up to the mid lane. Leona, perhaps a little too far forward, at risk of getting caught out, but does escape with her life.
gets away semi-comfortably. I will say that
Herald in the bot lane, this Alawi is going to be able to escort that up for sure. A little movement down from BBC Warriors to try and stop this. And the ultimate onto the Alawi combined with the Daisy, it's just going to be too much for her. Still
Oh.
one tower in the bot lane, but excellent teamwork there. From the Ivan, from the Malzahar, they have so much lockdown. The CC between the Na, the Malzahar. Excellent work there by Leona, incredible engage, and the follow-up ultimate. Samira is going to escape with her life.
just
An interesting TP there from Pethy. Looks like they want to make some plays in the mid lane there. Malzahar shoving the bot. Pethy perhaps could have better used his teleport down there.
oh, but it does look like Pethy's going to be able to walk up quite comfortably,
Pethy
doesn't?
instead going
Oh,
for a
maybe.
turnaround maneuver.
No,
Caught on the ward.
they lose bot turret. Malzahar walks up here, and who is gonna?
Malzahar
Oh
with the
no, no,
flash.
rooted.
No ultimate this time though. Does mean
Rooted
that Pethy
and
is going to be able to
silenced.
escape with his life. Protecting this mid lane turret. We can see that there's again barely a gap here. 300-400 gold between these two teams, despite the difference in kills. Because of the dominant CS lead here.
Dominant CS lead and quite pushed forward in objectives, even though they just took.
Comfortable lead in objectives, comfortable lead in towers. A little bit of a brawl in the top lane, nothing too ridiculous.
Did not even notice how
Recalls
time
from
passed.
mid.
Almost 18 minutes in.
This is perhaps a much more relaxed game than we've seen from the first two. It'll be interesting to see how Pethy's Poros play, especially at this point in the game where in their last two games there was perhaps a lot more gold on their team. They were playing a lot more aggressively. This time though, with that brand jungle, they're forced to play a little bit differently.
Let's
A
see
little bit
where
of
he's
action
going.
was
Oh,
left.
avoids the Nautilus hook. There we go. Daisy is up again. There.
Leona
Good
caught
team
by the
member.
root. Out comes the Leona ult though, excellent stun. She's going to escape with her
Nara's
life.
quite.
Echo behind, perhaps looking for a maneuver or just looking to continue to shove that bot lane. This looks certainly like a difficult dragon
Oh.
to contest. A top lane turret kill. Out comes the Malzahar ult. Gecko's jumped
No.
in, but down goes the Samira onto the squishy
Oh.
brand and the squishy Neela. The Neela jumps in though, Neela drops ultimate. secures the kill onto the Samira. Excellent plays. Neela, of course, just a little bit to the side, able to live despite that
Very
despite that
surprising.
Samira ult, and a shocking triple kill turnaround from the Neela. Absolutely. Trigger and Piss not to be counted out at any point in the game.
Yep.
And it looks like instead they're hoping to turn around this dragon. They do not have a smite though, of course. Their jungler Paper down for 5 more seconds, and the Ivan in the area with smite up. Risky plays here by the Neela, especially as the Leona hook misses. It's likely that they're going to have to back off here. In fact, Leona caught,
Oh.
but in comes
Where did
Pethy. And in
Gecko
comes
is
the
prepping
Brand,
the Lynch's
with
life.
the Samira stuck in top lane. Brand playing very aggressively. Oops. Caught up. Their lockdown is so strong here. And Will's just going to be completely caught out. Here you go with some good damage onto the Malzahar, who immediately ults Pethy. Pethy simply unable to have any fun, and with no ultimate up, he's simply caught out. This Alawi's looking to tussle, but unfortunately
Doing
it's
good
simply not
work,
gonna
but
happen.
not against 5 players. Looks like that dragon is pretty comfortably not contested.
Again, shocking to mention that despite those fights, Pethy's Poros are up 1k gold. The
Up
pressure
1K
that this
gold.
Alawi has on the map, especially in the top lane,
Still
And,
CS lead.
and still, of course,
Surprising.
the CS lead. Neela with 7 kills, but Samira now with 6. Both
Really
of these ADCs are very scary. Between the Neela ult and the Samira ult, that area of effect damage. Absolutely,
that
these team
objectives are
fights
close.
are going to be a blur.
Objectives are closer to equal now.
2 dragons
Not-
now in the way of BBC Warriors.
Really, probably, yep, they've placed a ward there, maybe planning to go collect that, get Baron buff and become an actual threat. Probably pretty scary possibility with Alawi, however. They are coming around here, placing ward. Oh, looks like they've got vision on.
A more relaxed point of the game, perhaps at this stage. A little bit of meeting here in this bot lane.
Feng
Looks
Shui
like-
Masters is. Oh, here we go.
Interesting maneuver here
What
in
is-
the jungle. Not the best for this Brand, who's going to be caught out.
No,
Pethy in
he's
the top
taken
lane.
away almost every team fight. Been
This is
singled
the
out,
unfortunate
taken away
problem. He's
first.
so strong when he can play on these champions who have a little bit more mobility. Unfortunately for the Brand, he does not have that. And it looks like Pethy's Poros are still going to try and contest this Baron. A very dangerous
Terrible.
maneuver, considering they're currently 2v4, soon to be 3v4. The
Daisy's
damage
is
not
down.
exceptional. Looks like they're going to have to walk away from this, unfortunately. Pethy
Yep.
in the bot lane, unable to secure a kill on this Malzahar. And with the Baron buff on all 5 members of
Not a single death.
BBC Warriors, they definitely need to be worried about some of these waves coming back their way.
Again, Pep Fiverr taken out, their jungler taken out before every single team fight.
Yeah, this is going to
Every
continue to be a
single-
massive problem for him. He
He's taking objectives quite comfortably, I guess. He is taking his camps, but still.
We
Looks like
saw
they've
that
just...
Zinzao game. We saw the Viego game. He was so successful when he was able to take advantage of having heightened mobility. He seems
Brutal.
to struggle a little bit when you're on Brand, when you have very little movement. You're quite a sitting duck. And especially this enemy team, when they have so much lockdown. It is a really difficult spot for
Oh.
Paper to be in. There's someone very
If I-
vulnerable to that CC.
Running
Looks like
around,
this
coming
mid-tower
around.
is gonna fall here.
Whole team there. Malzahar going for bot. Oh my gosh.
The team looks like Pethy Poros will be following this Malzahar down to the bot tower. Out comes the Nautilus ult onto Pethy, but he's under the tower. Daisy ult is doing the work, but it looks like she'll be down.
Daisy is down.
There's 5
Look,
of
they are
Pethy's Poros here
away.
now. And it is an absolute team fight fest. Out comes the Brand ultimate. Out comes the Samira ultimate onto Feng Shui Masters. Feng Shui Masters
Oh!
takes most of it, but he is going to be shut down as he's caught in that 1v5.
Didn't
An
quite
excellent
get
ultimate
away.
by
So many of
Leona
them.
locks them down. Unfortunately,
Oh.
Pethy's going to be caught out there. Once again, by that Malzahar, which was already used, but once again, it's this Neela who's coming in for the cleanup. Ivan and Na, unfortunately, have to get out. As we can see, this 9-3-1 Neela. Such a strong, dominant force.
Out of there just in time. Pethy is coming around to see if they can do a little bit of clean. Oh, and Ivan is within his sights. However, possibly
Ivan is
just a
correctly
warning shot.
getting the hell out of there.
Now
And
that
what
they've
an
won the
interesting
fifth
fight that
straight.
was there. An example of how we saw at the start of that quite spread out. It took BBC a while, perhaps, to get their focus target down on that Alawi, and she did a really good job of absorbing a lot of abilities that made way for the rest of her
Oh,
team.
no.
Alawi
Feng
in the
Shui
top
Master
lane, though,
possibly
can't imagine Feng Shui Masters is
coming in
something
for the
like this.
three-sway. Oh,
Not a lot of tentacles down, but with his ultimate up, perhaps he waited a little too long to use that. The healing, of course, on Alawi is so strong, but unfortunately it's simply not going to be enough. Only 2 tentacles. And their Echo in the mid lane. Going for those plays, trying to make that space. He has quite a difficult game to play here. Playing into the Malzahar ult, into the Nautilus ult. We see constantly in these fights that he's just being taken out because he's been pinned down. Sometimes point and click CC is the way.
does appear to be like that. He's still.
Pethy's Poros are
Pethy
going to lose their
technically-
top tower. Brand perhaps a little far forward. Playing a dangerous game here, Brand. Going for a little bit of damage. And Leone's there to back him up, save the top tower. Pethy's shoving that bot wave, but you can see it's been so pushed in. And an interesting line of vision here for BBC Warriors, perhaps a little bit of a clump more than anything. But it locks off this top side for Pethy's Poros.
We do. Oh, Pethy is
If he continues
making
to shove
tracks
that bot
over
lane,
here. However, it does look like literally everybody is aware.
he has been
Good
identified.
Good time to back out here. However,
He's
oh,
looking to escape. Ozan catches him behind. And he's
Don't
not
think he
perhaps in
should
the
walk
position he
back
wants
there.
to be. He ults out, dodges the hook. He's
Oh my
going to get
gosh!
ulted. He dropped his flash, but it doesn't matter. It looks like he's already out. He had to burn a lot there, ult and flash, just to escape.
but they did all 4 of them come down for that. Wasted their time for that time where they could have been getting up. Again, that
An excellent kill
Still
in this
puts a
top lane.
fierce lead.
I did not manage to get.
gold is coming a little bit closer now. I think it was a little bit towards Red Team's BBC Warriors side. However,
Still 2k in their favour.
2K in their
favour.
favour.
28 minutes. This is the longest game now that Pethy's Poros have played. We'll have to see if they start to tire out here. Or if they will continue to scale. They of course do have that Alawi, that Echo, who do get so strong in the late game.
So far, they are the favourite to win. I would say, just given how
See, as they
again.
are 2-0.
Maybe I came in with preconceptions, but
Pethy
they're
in the bot lane.
getting run for their money.
Trying to get a little bit of poke onto the Nah, but the Nah doesn't seem to really care. He does take the
Takes
tower. though.
tower.
A needed injection of gold. Onto the side of Pethy's Poros. Alawi once again shoving that top lane. Such a frustrating problem, no doubt, for BBC Warriors. Constantly having to deal with this Alawi shoving top. Interesting though, it looks like Pethy's Poros are on the Baron. And it looks like, of course, because they have the Scuttle Crab, the BBC Warriors are aware. It's a 3v3 right now. Alawi and Malzahar perhaps fighting each other. The TP comes in from Nah. It is now a 4v3.
Oh!
Flash already
No,
burnt.
4v4.
4v4 now. Pethy's on the scene. It looks like this
He's on the
Baron
scene
is going to
and
go
for
the way
attack.
of BBC Warriors. But perhaps
It is.
a couple kills
Maybe
on the
not
way
long
of
enough.
Pethy's Poros might sweeten the deal.
Yep.
First of
Oh.
all, in comes the Samira ult, immediately knocked up. Subsane going to be shut down. He does take out Neela in the process. Just Ivern now.
Ivan's dashing in.
The flashes from both junglers. But Ivern does get away. An excellent route onto Pathfinder saves him. And Classical drops down to the mid lane. He's likely going to be out as well. Does give, of course, Alawi this opportunity to continue to shove out the top wave. Now in the mid lane. And
No cannon minions. though.
the reset from Ivern. Alawi's likely going to look for this tower. And perhaps the inhibitor as well. Especially with that kind of damage.
Absolutely
This is the
8.
tentacle.
Even with those knockups, I'm still maybe
Oh, in comes
functioning
the
off.
Flash ultimate. Puncturing Master's so hungry for it. He's going to lock
Oh!
down an incredible shutdown onto this Ivern. Very necessary. Ivern,
Like I'm
of
saying,
course,
Classical going bot lane, trying to get that tower, push it, and
fully
maybe
stacked his Magi's. That death will
Level
put him
it out.
down. Puncturing Masters will die for it. But he did gain a massive shutdown in the process. And here on the dragon, now it looks like he wants to contest it.
does look like he's gonna get. Oh, he's channeling. Actually, oh, they know. They
Nah,
know. They're
is
aware. They're
completely shut down here by this, even when he tries to hop out there. Simply the
They're
Brandon
aware.
Leona, too strong.
not soon enough for them to contest it. They have Ocean Drake, and they can pretty comfortably get away from this and back.
Pethy's Poros now on Soul Point. Look at the gold in this game, by the way. 60k to 62k. Incredible. We have yet to see a game, I think, in this whole best of 5 series go so late. And we see, if we look at the scoreboard, some of these players getting close to capping out now. Pathfinder and Piss on their way to top lane. But it looks like the Malzahar is aware, of course, because of that ward. He's going to back out. Pethy making a maneuver in the bot side jungle. Doesn't look like he's going to do anything spectacular with it, and he is caught on a ward. But they are aware, of course, that that ward is there. A reset from the brand. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, no Baron buffs are up anymore. So
Not
it's back
current-
to square one, if you will. Caught out. Gecko, unfortunate positioning from him. He's going to drop his ultimate, but it doesn't matter.
Still with it. Oh,
An really unfortunate time for him to be caught. Pethy playing aggressively. He is going to be caught by the Ivern, and the Samira jumps in. Now the Samira on top of his.
At
and
five
they
on the
shut
deep.
down
Oh,
Pathfinder. It is just the Ivern left. I would not be
Just the Alawi.
surprised. Absolutely. Just the Alawi, not the Ivern. Very true. It is just the Alawi left to fend off
no
fend off 4
way.
members. And they still have that Malzahar ult. A teleport from Malzahar. There is only so much that Alawi can do, especially when she's ulted locked down like this. And it looks like
Unlucky,
BBC
that might-
Warriors are going to take the game. Pethy's
GG,
Poros
well,
will be taking their first loss on the Rift this evening.
Still 2-1, but wow, that was a quick turnaround.
Of course, when it gets to that point in the game, it now becomes you have one fight to win. You gotta win one fight and then you can end the game. And of course,
Jeez,
BBC
boys.
Warriors saw that opportunity and they capitalized on it. Which is exactly what
Champ-
you do have to do in that situation. An unfortunate loss for Pethy Poros, for sure. And a very long game out of the two of them.
Elon, let's see if we can get some of the team captains out of there. Is that our last match of today, or?
That is certainly not our last match of today. We have two more.
Oh my gosh!
It's a strap in, folks. It is going to be a long one.
This is a little bit of a long night. Do we have any of the team captains coming in to comment about that, or are they taking a little bit of a respite?
Looks like the game between David's Angels and Rose Rabbits is still going as well, stretching out.
Still going. Is it looking to be in anybody's favor at the moment? Oh, hello,
I could
Pethy.
not tell you, but it has gone longer than this game.
What's up? What's up?
Pethy.
That was a tough one, guys. It was a tough one.
The first
There's real.
time, nah.
Was he actually first time? I thought he played on
Mhm.
like a different account or something.
He had to buy it. He had to buy the champ.
It's very
Yeah,
possible
I think
that it
he's
was a
played on
pocket
other
pick
accounts.
from another account, but
Maybe he was playing.
To be honest, like I'm really like my Alawi kind of 1v9 that game.
yeah.
That Ivan champion is so cringe, bro. Like I was pretty confident like just first picking the Echo, but their comp is really really good into my champ. They have like Nautilus, Malzahar, Ivern, and I can't really like one shot people, and it's really hard to like what the problem with Echo is he's really really weak into like just being CC'd and one shots, right? And that's
Yeah.
what their comp does.
That point
so,
click CC was so oppressive.
yeah. So it was a tough one, but all around, I think it was a good game. We had a lot of notes to take down, and hopefully we'll be able to have a better performance in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. You will be up
So
against...
I think that makes it so that our team and their team is both 2-1. Yeah.
Yes.
Fun, very fun.
Up against Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards next.
Yeah.
How nervous are you about playing into Vendrick?
Vendrick, yes, they do.
Vendrick who? Sedimentary Cat the goat. That's all I can say.
That's true though. That's true though.
That's also...
I'm
Can we
not
clip that? Can we
super
clip that?
nervous. I'm not super nervous, but I'll be.
Their enemy mid laner,
Racket,
How do you feel?
Racket is he's definitely pretty good. He's definitely pretty good. I'll be curious to see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will got a lot to talk to my team about. I think I'll leave you guys to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully this game goes a bit better.
No
hard
Ivan
loss.
allowed game 4.
Yeah, it was a rough
You know
loss.
what?
It was a rough loss.
You come back from these. It's a learn. Every loss is a learning moment.
This is your Rocky Balboa moment. Big Rocky Balboa reference. That's literally not his last name. I got that. I butchered that. Da 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 da.
A little bit of that caster acknowledgement there. Love to see it here.
Sedimentary Cat is the GOAT though. Let me
Yeah.
just... Pro Draft League of Legends.
But it looks like the victory from that last game did go to Vendrick Best AD. Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards.
Tapping
So
in. Oh, I've
They will
got
be
the
up
thing.
against another 2-1 team. 2-1, very common here. Pethy's Poros, BBC Warriors, Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards, 2-1. Athena, unfortunately, Pig Bucket's team, 0 wins so far. And the Rose Rabbits and David's Angels, still in their game. Looks like it's just ended though. So hopefully we will get that scoreline coming through soon. At some point ever.
Possibly.
You can only hope.
I can only pray.
Let's see if perhaps we can get that spectator going.
It's already bad. Midnight. Ooh. Gonna choose.
What's the copyright rules on that? What's the copyright law on that?
the copyright law on that? Well, that was just a little ditty from my mind, really. So
Okay,
I get the
thank
copy.
goodness.
I get all of the things from that. I was actually trying to cover the logo. I don't know if people knew of that suspicious chocolate shake. I was trying to cover it. Although I did say Abracadabra's name, so they could possibly. I only said positive things there.
Oh, no way you imagine your fang right now.
I be merging my thing. I be merging my thing. Man, is this still streaming? I'm about to catch this huge gold merge.
We are still streaming.
Huge gold merge. 2,187 people. Farm Merge Valley. Veteran. Veteran. Farm Merge Valley. Veteran. Just be afraid. I got the
Okay.
juice.
When is that scoreline coming through? From that game between the two of them has yet to be loaded.
See.
Would like to know. But that's okay.
Like
a little bit of lag time here as well on the draft.
Can't see anything yet.
With any hope, we'll get started on this game shortly. Vendrick best idea, perhaps missing in action. They do have an AFK.
Ooh, that might explain it.
I do not believe they will be FFing. That is a cheeky attempt.
Perhaps, we don't know. It was valid question. Valid question. Valid question. I would FF. I would FF. Remember what you said about the Sleepy Hollow.
Curious, a little bit of pre-game banter, perhaps. Would be lovely if,
I love that Harry Potter book.
along with the Chamber of Snakes. Taking the cat for a walk. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't think that's happening. I think that's actually a lie. I think he's lying.
Still
know
no
what they used
results from the Tofu Row game. Curious. Alright, draft is starting, thank goodness. First ban goes to the Kane. Yoink, the jungler, is a notorious Kane player. So this is... Now, I don't want to say crippling, but
Perhaps. Echo ban from Vendrick's team. Got a Kane, Lysandra, Ari ban. And, ooh!
very interesting, yeah. Locking down
They
the
gave you-
Vladimir, the Echo, the Viego. Not surprising. Again, wanting to take away these strong picks from Team Pethy. Looks like David's Angels did take their first loss against Rose Rabbits. Rose Rabbits are now with one win under their belt. Very interesting to see how these have played out, though. David's Angels lose to Rose Rabbits. Rose Rabbits lose to BBC Warriors. BBC Warriors beat David's Angels. Or David's Angels
bit
beat BBC Warriors. So it's like...
Some statistical trolling going on there.
a comfortable first pick from Team Pethy on that Nautilus. Not particularly surprising from them. The Yumiha are very amusing. But unlikely actually a Yuumi pick. This is certainly a habit of Vendrick's to hover that Yuumi when deciding. Looks like it's going to be that Israel. It will be Israel Thresh in the bot lane. Israel is, I mean, almost any ADC pick for Vendrick is a very solid ADC pick. He's very comfortable on this Israel. Which perhaps the viewers at home have yet to see, but we certainly, as the casters, have seen before. Vendrick, of course, the ADC for Pro LCO team Kanga Esports.
Holding it down. Look at what? Look at what? My
The
fault.
last minute Z pick here for Pethy, of course, when he's taken off the Vladimir and Echo, his trifecta does bring him to that Z. Though, to be fair to him, he did have a good threat. He did have a good talent game. But this now means he's got an opportunity on all of the Vlad, the Echo, the Z. It's been very interesting to see what teams go for what bans, because generally that Viego ends up on the ban list where it can. And so they only get to pick 2 of Pethy's trifecta. So, definitely interesting to see what the teams decide is their least problematic option. The Samira. Very interesting option in the bot lane. And the Vex, an excellent counter to all of these 3 characters so far, who definitely like to get their move on. Interesting decision to ban that Echo, though, into the Vex. Second stages of bans come through, and of course they're banned onto the Mordekaiser. As we saw, Feng Shui Master very oppressive on the Mordekaiser, and out comes the ban for Kled as well.
No Alawi ban.
Kled an excellent ban. Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards top laner. Very good on the Kled. Very strong Kled player. A potential opportunity for the top laner to play some Mundo, perhaps. Out comes potentially not the Gwen ban. Let's see what it was. I personally don't know if I would ban the Gwen off Feng Shui Masters. It was a Ven ban. It was a Gwen ban. That's an interesting decision. I do not believe Feng Shui Masters is a Gwen player. But you know, a ban is a ban. And I guess he can't play Gwen anymore anyway. Eyeballing up that Jarvan ban, but once again, another timeout. Perhaps it was the same issue. The Skarner pick in the top lane. Cam very comfortable on the Skarner. And potentially a real threat. The champion has been tuned down a little bit, but that does not mean he's not as strong. And out comes the Nasus pick. Finally we get to see Feng Shui Master on the Nasus, a pick he's very comfortable on. I would not be surprised if he didn't have too much difficulty laning into the Skarner. And of course that Wither on the Nasus is going to be... that Nasus Wither on the Israel is going to be so oppressive late game. And if you could believe it, we're going to see Papfiver on Sylas Jungle. This is a favourite pick of his. He's absolutely a dominant jungler on the Sylas. If unfortunately it didn't come down to the fact that Sylas's jungle clear is terrible. So this one will be interesting to see.
He's locked in. He's locked in.
He's locked it in.
Okay.
And he's very comfortable on the Sylas. But he's
Kindred.
going to, in response, the Kindred. Now this is, interestingly, here's a fun piece of lore for you. In the scrims played yesterday between Team Pethy and Team Ro, the final game in which Team Pethy won was a Sylas versus Kindred jungle matchup. So this will be very interesting to see, because Kindred's win rate into Sylas jungle is very good. But if Papfiver could beat Ro on the jungle on the Sylas, then perhaps what difficulty is... I can't remember the jungler's name. Oops. What difficulty is Yoink going to have? So this will be quite interesting to see here. You know, not to give up the goat, but Zed Silas was the very successful combination that they found. The two of them, Paper and Pethy, like I said at the start of the game, the strength of this team comes from, in a lot of ways, the fact that Paper and Pethy are such a dynamic duo. The strength of Feng Shui Master in the top lane, you know, the Alawi pick, the Nasus pick, the Mordekaiser pick. He's a big fan of playing those strong, aggressive top laners. And of course the bot lane is not to be written off as well. Well, on the other hand, this might be a terrifying bot lane proposition. Of course, Fendrick Best AD and Sedimentary Cat, the name of the team, in the bot lane for Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. And of course that Skarner top lane is like, no joke, a very oppressive pick.
It's a threat. It's a threat. It is a whole ass threat.
So this one will be a very exciting game to watch. Of course, we will be thrown into the spectator delay, so perhaps for anyone who's been watching the stream up to this point, you'll be very, perhaps, excited to rehear our round of introductions. I am still, of course, Stella, and I am still, of course, the Vice President of the UC Gaming Guild, and in the hot seat with me on the mic is the one, the only, Matthew.
Hello, Gamertab, Greeble Stankle Greeb. We've got Mezza on I Won't Tell You What. We've got Cloud Busters on I Won't Tell You What as well. You'll have to figure that out yourself, do a little bit of detective work. I am actually M57 on Silas. I'm actually top Silas player OCE. I taught a lot of what I know to Pep Fiver, who's actually former coach of Weibo Gaming, but they kicked him out because he was too good. So just want to point that out.
I thought you were the former coach of Weibo Gaming.
We were both the former coach of Weibo Gaming. They cooked me out because I had I was too awesome, but they kicked Will out because he was too good. Two separate things.
They couldn't afford you, I think, was the problem.
They couldn't handle my swag. They could afford me. I had a $1 asking price. I was just there for the love of the sport, you know.
That's heartwarming. That's heartwarming.
It's heartwarming. Everybody, put a little heart in the chat. Put hearts in the chat. Can we get hearts in the chat? Just need some love in the chat. Where's the love?
I do appreciate, I've been glancing over the chat every once in a while, I do appreciate the participation here from the audience. Look at that. 2 hearts in the chat. All for you, Matthew.
That is absolutely wonderful. For all of the audience members that have sent hearts, I am not affiliated with them, but the
First-time message
UCGG
with the heart, Matthew.
UCGG sends about $1,000 to everybody who messages with the heart.
Whoa.
So
We
keep
don't have that
listening,
kind
guys.
of money.
Spam chat.
We do not have that kind of money.
Guys, sponsored by Red Bull.
Not this event.
Not this event. Just in
events.
general, though. Sponsored by Red Bull. Think about it. Any endorsement deals out there, just know that I'm watching. I'm waiting.
There we go.
Ooh.
Now the coin flip of the evening. Are we going to get kicked out this time? We're at 2-1 for a spectator error. While we do that, let's take a little bit of a look. This top lane matchup again. Look at that, tied with the grasps. Both of these characters looking to get in, do a little, kind of give each other a little slap, a gentle kind of biff, and then go back to farming the wave. Down here in the bot lane, double glacial here. On these supports, looking to kind of lock down, control that space. Electrocute, of course, on the Silas. Will's pick up against the PTA Kindred, pretty standard for a Kindred. Summon Eerie on the Vex. That's a little bit, usually you would see an Electrocute pick on the Vex. So the Summon Eerie choice, a little bit interesting there.
Still, love to see it.
You still love to see it. Once again, apparently these people are too good. Mostly, we're mostly lined up there. A little swap,
Oh,
but no
all
problem.
on 3 from the Sedimentary Cat.
Lukey Poo.
An entire 5-stack just waiting in the same bush. Spread out. Vendrick, Best AD, and Sedimentary Cat over here. Very
The hook
observant.
flash onto the Israel, who's forced to flash himself. He did start Q. The ignite
He
goes
did.
out as well. No summoners on the Nautilus, but a good little jostle onto the Israel. Virgin alert. Okay.
Virgin
They like to have fun.
Israel laying down facts.
Look at
Facts
that,
for the
Scarlet.
Israel.
He's getting a nice little ward there on the top side. Excellent, excellent maneuver there, especially because you do like to have wards in the enemy jungle, but unfortunately with a Silas jungle you can assume that despite the fact that Pap5 loves to clear from top to bottom, he does unfortunately have to start bot side here because he needs to be leashed by his team to even be able to take red buff. He is again quite a weak jungler.
This is to start off with, of course, though.
Yeah, enemy jungler of course starting bot side as well.
Coming down. Also with the...
A little bit of action in that bot lane. Silas perhaps considering the early gank. And this is, I believe, all part of Team Pethy Poros' plan, is they need to make these aggressive electric plays. And when Vendrick has no flash, he has no...
Yep, see, oh my gosh!
First blood
And
on the
Sediment...
Pap5. He does
Yep.
level up, does have to
Vendrick,
burn
Best
that
AD,
flash.
no flash. They...
Vendrick with no flash, no E. He does have to take some of that damage. He does not get killed, of course. Unfortunately, Sedimentary Cat is forced to suffer that fate. He is going to lose his flash. And Vendrick is going to lose his exhaust, but that is a first blood. And we can see Kindred unfortunately losing so much time here. But she is going to make some of that back up by looking to invade the bot side jungle. Trying to get some of
nothing
that punish
for
on the
her
Pap5er,
there.
who is going to go top and likely attempt to clear down bottom. Unfortunately for Kindred, this means such a massive loss of time. By deciding not to take those Krugs, not to take... Hopefully she will take these chickens. Yes, she does. An unfortunate time loss here for this Kindred. All of her camps,
Yeah, and
almost all of her camps
very
are up.
efficient from Pap5er.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what I was trying to perhaps allude to without reveal too much. Less Team Sedimentary Cat were listening. This is exactly the kind of playstyle that you see come out from Pap5er on his Silas. Especially in those first 2 games, we saw how aggressive he loves to be. On that Viego, on that Zinzao, we know he loves to jump in, and especially on that Silas when you've got to commit everything.
Still, think about it. Late game Sedimentary Cat, very, very, still
The
experienced
flash
at
comes
least.
out from the Skarner. Interesting decision here. Does he think he's going to get out? He does, because he can, of course, pivot around like that. Going to be a bunch of damage dumped into him by the Silas, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Kindred marked on the Silas. Perhaps potentially a great opportunity, and the Kindred is here. Pap5 are going to dump some damage into him. The Nass is on his way. He drops the Ghost, perhaps a little too late,
Oh,
gets
get
the wither
away.
off. But the Kindred is unfortunately already out. And the Kindred does get her first mark off the bot side scuttle.
Pap5er able to vacate. Hopefully in
Instead-
time.
He's very low HP. This is a very dangerous maneuver from him. Especially seeing as
Very-
that Kindred
oh,
is there. He
yoink,
dashes out,
yoink.
dashes back in. He
Dashes
unfortunately
back-
He's not going to do enough though. The flash comes out from the Vex.
Interesting play.
Unfortunately, not quite there. He's going to look to attempt to mop some of this up. He may at the very least be able to clear Kindred off her red buff. This is a very interesting position for both of these junglers to be in. The mark onto Pethy.
Pethy taking a little bit of an
You're
interesting
hoping
route
to turn
here.
it around.
The perky
But Pethy
man,
does not care.
Perky Man taking a little bit of time. Can't afford to go up and
Unfortunately,
go
Vex,
for
no
the
health, no
assist
mana,
here.
isn't able to assist her kindred. A little
And
bit of
very
tussle
far
in the
pushed.
top lane. Nothing too dramatic. But again, it's these two champions just kind of stacking and scaling up against each other. Will now in the bot lane, going for a maneuver here. A little bit of damage onto the Vendrick. And the ignite off on the Nautilus. Pethy burns his TP mid, playing his exciting new teleport ignite build. Hot off the press of, we tried it yesterday, and is a big fan of it. Meanwhile, in comes Sedimentary Cat, unfortunately unable to land that hook. But Samira and Nautilus do back off the wave for a little bit. But look at this, Silas back in once again. The hook lands, but unfortunately the Israel E had already started. It goes through. Nautilus is shaken off. Samira goes in. She's caught by the hook. An excellent hook there by Sedimentary Cat. In goes Kindred, looking to get a little bit of extra damage, but she herself is hooked. Too greedy. She's forced to flash out of the way. The Ignite goes out. Now the exhaust back onto Pathfinder. Unfortunately, Pathfinder is not going to be able to get out. And it's just Gecko now. But now, here comes Pethy. He does have his ultimate up. He is forced to ult Sedimentary Cat, who in turn flashes away, but now he doesn't have his ultimate, and there are 4 people in the bot lane. He's trying to do his best. In comes the hook from Gecko. He lands it.
Vendrick Best AD survives.
Vendrick Best AD survives. Now out comes the flash from Vendrick. Doesn't want to get caught out by the Samira. This bot lane is certainly not what Pethy's Poros were hoping it was going to be. A valiant
No,
effort,
the top
especially
lane
against
definitely is, though.
such strong opponents.
Very consistently, Feng Shui Masters has had this push the fuck in. Oh, sorry. Kick in.
He is quite a strong, confident top laner, that's for sure. And we've seen him
Use my
really
language
excel in this
tree?
composition. He does more or less exactly what, Pethy and the team want him to do. And of course, you look at the CS lead. Cam not too far behind. But a little bit in the way of Pethy's Poros, which is quite interesting because you see all of these quite bold plays being made by them. They are, still at the end of the game, settling in on that CS.
Want to point out, up kills for the red team. Up kills and... Oh, no longer up gold. I was about to say up gold. That is not true.
Nautilus is out of mana, but Silas is still hungry for the grubs. Perhaps a little bit of a mistake there. Not able to jump over the wall. Skarner is now in the area. Gonna drop a ward over the wall. Kindred moving in. Nasus took some fruit. In a better position to support Pathfinder. Out comes the ultimate.
Just a little bit not... Oh.
Ghost comes out from Nasus. He's not going to be able to catch up when that fear from the Vex comes through.
Perky Man running away, though. Cam,
and it's over. It's lights out for Skarner.
Not a single grub obtained
The ult
from
up
there.
for Israel. In goes Pethy. Ults onto the Kindred, who does not have ult up herself. He is going to be taken out, but so is the Kindred from that second proc of the Z ult damage.
Pretty healthy 1-for-1.
Vendrick and Sedimentary Cat up to mid lane, getting a little bit of assist action on the way. Now moving down to bot lane. Yeah, and it looks like Samira and Nautilus are going to respect that. Samira is at level 6, and she is going to be able to stack up her style off this Thresh, but they do not follow the play. Most likely the correct decision.
Perky Man taking a little bit of a trip back. God, I love that back
scaling in this top lane. Look, stack after stack after stack. He is in his element right now.
He is hungry. He is hungry. Although pushed in, doesn't look like it's going to be for too long. MCam still got to be careful regardless. Oh my gosh, and you see that huge damage already pushing. Oh,
Skarner is forced to ult over the wall and out of the way. In the mid lane, Skarner might make his way down to this play. He does not.
Oh,
Back up top. Pethy is caught out though. The Thresh is here. The ult lands on Pethy. Out comes the fear. Flash, unfortunately. Dex has to commit that flash down in the bot lane. Vendrick Best AD is able to get the kill on Samira. And the Gecko is just unable to finish him off. But down comes Silas, and the ult from the Kindred is already gone. Will is able to lap that kill up. An interesting, a bit of a disaster in the bot lane for both teams there.
Sedimentary Cat possibly going. Oh no, let's.
A little bit of a back and forward between the two of them. Skarner ulted under tower. Devastating. This Nasus is locked up, cannot move.
Ults literally everywhere for the no, not ults. Sorry, vision literally everywhere that Pat
Yeah,
5
look
goes.
at these control wards. Vision, control ward, control ward, control ward. They have the river lit up. Out comes the ultimate from the Kindred. Interestingly, in favor of Pathfinder here, but it's not going to be enough.
No.
Here comes Pethy. He ults onto the
just
Kindred,
no.
and he's likely going to be able to snap
Look,
up the
it's
Vex here
taken
as well. Vex
just the perky man
lives.
oh my god, within an
28
inch of their
HP.
life. Still relatively equal trade.
connects on
Let's
the
go down the bot
Nautilus.
lane. Not going to be a tanky
Comes
Nautilus.
the,
Jeez.
the
Oh
ultimate
no,
Thresh.
never mind. That was huge.
Yeah, Nautilus in a pretty strong position here.
Missed
Taking a
that
look at the
one.
scoreboard now. Nasus up on CS, which is not what you want to see if you're Team Sedimentary Cat.
Definitely
Vendrick
not.
is
That is
the
some
4
pretty
and 1
heavy
in a really
scaling.
good position, and we know how strong he is. He's such a dominant ADC. There could be a lot of terror here coming from this bot lane. Up in the top lane, Contrary Masters once again pinned up against the wall. He pops his out, but it's likely it's not enough.
Not enough, and now Cam can make a little bit more ground. That wave pushed in. Oh, very good actually. More than a little bit more. I take that back.
Finally,
That might be
able to clear
tower.
out some of this vision. That was serving Team Sedimentary Cat so well. Kindred here in this top side, but unfortunately her mark spawned on bottom Krugs.
Vendrick Best AD not
jump
going to
away
get it
there,
in
but
time. In
almost
fact,
got
nobody
it.
going to get it in time. Ocean Drake has been taken.
Kindred behind enemy lines. Interesting, she's likely to connect here with Silas. Unless
Silas
she decides
doesn't-
to move out. She does decide to move out and up.
Yep.
Silas is in turn. Likely
Pretty
going to clear
safe
these
bet.
Krugs. Ult come out from Vendrick. Reset from the Kindred. Does not decide
Bit of
to
a
do
healthy
Krugs.
trade here. Doesn't go for the gank.
The hook connects onto the Nautilus.
Cam
No ult from Sedimentary Cat, or from Vendrick.
Mm.
Unfortunately, Nautilus is forced to bin that flash, and he doesn't turn ult Israel back. Perhaps unfortunate timing, as his team isn't able to collapse on that. Samira has to drop Wind Wall to save herself from the hook. In comes the Silas. He takes the Thresh ultimate, but
ulted in under tower. Feng Shui Masters.
Vendrick Best AD able to hold himself. Out comes the ult from Silas, but it's not enough. Pethy is going to get exhausted, but he does drop some strong damage himself. But in comes the Kindred. She flashes and
gets
she follows up.
away.
That's a kill on the Z as well. And this game is starting to tip in the favor of Sedimentary Cat and full wards.
They are very aware of that Feng Shui's power. And so, very, very keen. I mean, every team has been very
Yeah.
keen to silence them, but
Very
still.
important to shut the Nasus down as well. Look at these shutdowns on the enemy team. 3 and 1.
Let's see if
5
he
and
can
4,
get up
7-0,
before his
4-1.
tower gets down. Because that's going to be pretty brutal pushing him back that far. Doesn't look. Yes!
Feng Shui Masters looks comfortable here.
Just in time.
It looks like
Oh, no.
Sedimentary Cat moves to the grubs, hoping to get
Is he going to be able
some
to get away in
vision the
time?
area.
Nope. Not quite.
Looks
Yes,
like
quite, I mean.
Cam
opposite.
forced under tower here, but little does he know the Silas. The wood comes out, the Silas's chains barely just miss. The Nasus ults, he ghosts. Silas comes in, he claims the shutdown. Looks like Nasus is going to take this tower in return.
Oh,
Look at this Kindred.
coming down on the
Position to
Kindred.
be in, but the Nasus is still here. The Kindred does so much damage to the Pethy, but barely escaping with his life. Out comes the ultimate for the Kindred. Feng Shui Masters with one empowered Q.
Oh, you're getting away.
But in comes the ultimate.
Skin of the teeth, Pethy.
Oh, very tight
Pethy!
position for Pethy to be in. That ult comes out from the Vix, just barely unable
Wow!
to take the kill.
Are they going to be able to get
The
away from?
flash
Oh
from
no,
the
that's just a
Vex.
Oh, Feng Shui Master still gets away, so not too bad of a trade, but still, wow. They are
Sylas still
doing-
in an unfortunate position. Kindred is going to get her mark on the wolves.
Yoink of a lifetime,
And look at this.
quite literally.
Kindred
Oh.
in a great position right now. She's going to connect with Sylas, and she's going to kill him as well. 3k gold lead almost. 4 Centimeter Cat and 4 wards. And it is domination.
This is much more progress than we saw by the 15-minute mark of the previous game.
Absolutely.
A lot of Ks and 3k gold! 3k gold difference!
Definitely not the spot that Pethy's Poros want to be in right now. A little bit of
Not
connection
ideal.
in the top lane. Out comes the hook, just misses.
Nasus with Trinity Force. Stana also does scale a little bit, not as much as
Collision in
Nasus,
this
but
top lane here. Nasus looks like he's popped the ghost. But look at this Skarner, so tanky. With that Warmogs as well. He's going to be healing up already.
no. Oh,
In the bot lane, Vendrick VSAD with the kill onto Gecko. And in the mid lane, looks like Pethy's going to be unable to confirm anything on the Vex.
huge push. Just really great allocation of players here.
Cat
Is-
Fiber looking
I-
to connect again, likely with the Kindred. But he's playing it smart. Unfortunately for the Zed though, this might not be too good for him. He steals the Vex ult, Vex ults the Vex, and she's dead.
Tricky man.
He flashes away from the tower, he drops ult himself, but unfortunately the Kindred is nowhere to be found. They do instead decide to turn on the Reft here ult. It's likely going to end up with a trade, Cam taking this top tower. But with any luck for Pethy's Poros, they'll be trading a tower for 1 or 2 themselves with this Rift Herald.
Okay, coming back, maybe they're trying to get a little bit. Oh no.
Feng Shui
Pause there for a
Masters
little bit.
contesting that top lane a little bit, pushing Nasus away. Oh, Vendrick PCD almost with the steal there. That Nasus ult, very scary.
Not quite.
And in
Damn
turn, the
blood.
Dragon trade.
Ooh,
Chemtech Soul. Enemy team pushing for blue side red.
interesting.
It's
The
pretty
exchange.
uncontestable here. 4 Pethy's Poros. Team looking for a reset here as well.
Just walks.
Potential for a little bit of collision here mid lane. But you can see now this gold lead has extended to almost 4k in favor of Sedimentary Cat. And I would not be surprised if they hope to continue to snowball this lead. We are entering the mid game now, or we are in the mid game, I should say, which is really the time for Sylas to shine. And he is 5-5. He's got that Storm Surge. He's got that. He's got that
Still
seal. Hook
not
connects
quite coming
onto the
into the-
Nautilus. He flashes. Doesn't get particularly far with it, but he does live. In that same breath, this Nasus, taken for a little bit of a ride around the corner. He's hoping to scale. He does Ghost to get out. The flash comes out from Sedimentary Cat, and unfortunately, Skarner Ultimate is a bit of a tough ability when you get hit by it. That's for sure.
Clearing some vision for next bot drag. Perky man invading, having a little looksy doodle.
Pokemon's in his own jungle, I think.
Boogeyman's just walking.
He's having the time of his life. He does connect,
Disconnect very,
Skarner's still in this top lane. Vendrick with the ult down does clip the Samira.
very much wants to close that gap and extend it in their favor. Oh,
He 363 stacks on the Nasus. There you go. He's a little bit dizzy trying to find it. 363 stacks on the Nasus though.
oh. Nautilus
Gecko,
is,
unfortunately, looks like he's going to be caught out.
no! Never mind! Skin of his teeth, Gecko. Able to
Ooh,
make it.
Great block from Feng Shui Masters there. In comes the Skarner ultimate, the Skarner... doesn't need his ultimate though. And the hook
Great
hits onto Gecko again.
Is he gonna be? No, 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 no! Wow!
This is an unfortunate, we're seeing a little bit of a pattern in this game where it looks like Gecko's a little too bold. He keeps, unfortunately, getting himself a little bit caught out there. Pethy looking for a little flick of the wall, he's not going to get it.
Just a little bit better of a
Looking for
team
this
fight.
tower. Does a good amount of damage, but Pethy is going to be able to clear it out. And Skarner is gone.
There's
Mid tower
still
gone.
some hope with the
And down goes the ultimate.
Pethy's
Clips
Poros,
one
I
minion.
think.
But Pethy's not in the hardest spot. He jumps in. He is able to secure the kill on the Vex. But here comes the Kindred. Pethy does not have ultimate up. Neither does he have Ignite. He is going to get picked up there. He's not.
No.
Oh, but he does escape. And he
No.
gets the shutdown. A cheeky little flash of mastery there. Perhaps well earned. That is a lot of gold just put in Pethy's pockets.
Did
And he will
not
not be mad about
expect
that. With Dragon up in 40 seconds. Jungle down will be up in time. They have a little bit of shove on the bot lane, but they still don't have bot side tower. And Vendrick Best AD is going to cleanly pick up that kill on the Samira in the mid.
Looks like Feng Shui Masters
Pethy
possible. No, no.
might have just dodged the vision there.
Military Cat going for. Oh,
Pethy does manage to smite the scuttle off.
curing vision for their team. Feng Shui Masters managed to get out. Thought they were in a bit of a tough position with Vendrick AD and Sedimentary Cat there, but very
Rift
good
Herald
combo.
is going to be correct bot side. Looks like they're hoping to get
True.
that tower.
Protect. Oh,
Picking Feng Shui
Sedimentary-
Masters caught up by the ult on the Nasus. On the
it's
Thresh,
especially
sorry.
squishy, actually. Surprisingly squishy.
All ultimates up. For both teams, barring of course that Thresh ultimate then.
Kindred ult. Kindred ult for Pat Fiver.
Ooh, but look at that, Gecko completely locked down there. Cat Fiver in the Kindred ult, able to jump out,
No.
get one kill before he's shut down himself. Does manage to get the kill on Vendrick Best AD. Massive shutdown for him there as well. But unfortunately, it's going to be 3 deaths to the side of Pethy's Poros. Which most certainly does give Sedimentary Cat, does give 4 wards here. Their second dragon.
A little bit crazy here. Over 10 kills up. From
8 kills
forward
on
ten.
this Kindred already. Or 8 marks on this Kindred already. She's certainly not displeased about that.
No, nothing's
23 minutes
stopped
into
it.
the game, the gold lead has widened itself to 5k in favour of Vendrick Best AD. And they're
Right,
topside
quick.
jungle now.
Maybe they
Not too much
lost
to
a
report.
little
Kindred does
thing.
recall.
Oh, Skarner ult. Very happy with that. Can't keep mad with a little Skarner ult here.
For the record, the average elo of Vendrick's of Team Sedimentary Cat in 4 wards is 1,790.5, Well, the average elo for Pethy's Poros is 1,796. So, it's again some pretty tight margins here on the average elos of these two teams. Of course, Kindred Mark now on the Baron. Nasus has been identified. That's not where he wants to be right now. He's going to be caught out. Would not be surprised to see... He does escape. He does burn that ghost, he does escape. Would not have been surprised to have seen perhaps a Skarner ult or some stronger CC come out, try to secure him before the Baron. Now on 438 Q stacks. Both Nasus and Kindred very strong scalers here. As this game progresses, they will only continue to get stronger.
In the best interest of the red team here to secure one really big team fight, flunk them out, and then go for something to the relatively unguarded mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Two good team fights here from 4 wards, and it's an open and shut game.
Yep, the longer they do go on, the longer it's looking less clear, though.
Absolutely. Gold League shrunk a little bit. Still 4k, though. Red team slowly mobilizing themselves towards this top. Scar with Silas with the recall. Vex in the bot lane. Currently it's looking more like a 4v4 up top right now. A little bit of that damage onto Gecko, who once again perhaps has been caught a little far out. He has to flash to escape. Skarner jumps in, drops his Q. Gecko is able to hook out, survives with barely any health to his name. As he is clipped by the Israel ultimate. Vex looking to secure this bot tower, which is currently unguarded, though a quick TP is going to make sure that at least that cannon minion doesn't die. Pethy on the aggressive. But unfortunately, for him, now that Thresh and Israel have shown up in the bot lane, not going to be possible for him to save this on his own. The tower lives on 21 HP. One single auto attack. Yeah, and the tower is unfortunately gone. Not too much action in this bot lane now. Both teams, or at least 4 wards, definitely looking for a reset opportunity here. And of course, Pethy's Poros is supposed to be very aware that anytime they give, giving 4 wards even an inch will likely result in them taking the Baron, which is both another mark for the Kindred, and a really good opportunity for them to push mid, take that tower, take that inhibitor. They're already on the back foot here, Pethy's Poros. A little bit of action here around this dragon pit. Nash is pushing the bot lane. Hopefully they're finally able to get that bot tower. Mid tier 1 looking not too bad. Yeah, Nasus is able to lock up that. Pep5 with a last minute flash, able to escape the Skarner ult. That was almost a free dragon. Pep5, however, is getting a little bit caught out by this Israel here. Nasus hoping to secure a kill on the Vex, unfortunately is unable to and is going to be taken down himself.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be a free Pep5 walking into that Israel ult. Very unfortunate for him. That's a free dragon for 4 wards, and it looks like they are going to be mobilizing up, hopefully securing this Baron. Pethy hitting the top lane.
Don't doubt it. Pethy
Pep5 there with him. Unfortunately, as they are aware, there are wards in it. This Baron is being bursted down. In comes the teleport here from the
Very
Vex.
quick. Let's see.
The fight is certainly not in the favour of Pethy's
Can there be a
Poros.
contest here? No.
Pethy jumps on. An excellent flash by the Samira. She is going to be able to take down the Israel, but the Baron has already flipped by way of 4 wards. And it looks like they're going to be moving in right now, hoping to cut these two off. Samira falls immediately. And in comes the Skarner with the Skarner ultimate as well. Gecko with a nice little hook there onto the Vex. Pethy TP. Not Pethy TP, Pethy E, not enough. Who's going to be caught out? 4 Barons here. 4 wards, and it looks like they are just going to shove this mid-wave in.
Yep. Pretty safe idea. We got the emote from Campbell up top.
Now, I would not be surprised if I saw these mid laners just missing the hook there, Sedimentary Cat. They've left it a little too long now. They won't be able to get that middle turret. But we see the push in from the Skarner top. We see Pethy looking for an aggressive play. He gets the Vex ult. He lands it on the Vex herself. Vex unfortunately goes for the stopwatch. The hook connects, and the fear comes through. Pethy now trapped in the threshold. The Vex ult misses him. He goes for the stopwatch trade as well. He is ignited, and unfortunately it looks like the rest of the team mobilizing in. Pethy unable to get there in time to save him. Alright, and this could very easily spell the end of the game for Pethy's Poros there. Pethy are down for the next 30 seconds. And it looks like 4 wards going to be moving in here towards this mid tower. Definitely with this Baron, hoping to shove in that wave. Skarner now moved to bot side. Likely hoping to get that tower as well.
Oh! That is turret
Bunch of
down,
masses,
possibly
dodging.
inhib.
But it's likely that our forwards are still going to get this inhibitor anyway. Gecko a little bit aggressive here on this bot lane. Same with Feng Shui Masters. Pouring this damage into the Skarner, but unfortunately the Skarner doesn't care. Feng Shui Masters forced to ghost, dodges the hook of Sedimentary Cat. Pethy securing the
Very much playing
ultimate off Sedimentary Cat. But now both mid-bot inhibitors are down. And it looks like very bold move here. Out comes the ultimate. Pethy unfortunately unable to kill the Kindred because of the ult. And it looks like this will be the game. Excellent work by Nasus, pinned into the wall. The Samira ultimate comes out, but it is just not enough. Want a final look at that scoreboard. 14-5 Kindred, 10-3 Israel. Dominant plays here in this game. It looks like while Pethy could beat Rose Kindred, he could not beat Yoinks. And that is going to be a second loss for Pethy's Poros against Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. And just look at this damage graph. 41k damage from the Israel. An absolute menace on the Rift. Yeah, and despite, look at all this damage. 44k damage taken by the Nasus. So much soaked. Simply not enough.
Pethy highest damage dealer for Pethy's Poros. Still, Vendrick AD's team has 2 top players higher than their higher one. So 30k damage and 41 damage delta. That is insane. We might be getting a word from Pethy's Poro fame, as I know that they like to hop in after these ones. Love to get some commentary from them. The Perky Man, I just love saying that name. I'm going to be honest, I don't know why I said it again, but shout out to Perky Man, shout out Vendrick Best AD, Cam, Yoink, and Sedimentary Cat for just really great, really impressive gameplay. Did sort of see it leaning towards that way. Maybe Pethy's team just ran out a little bit of steam during that second half. We might see what they have to say, though.
Invited into a custom by Swine Basket. I think he's attempting to poach us.
Perhaps.
A very interesting proposition. But Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards will be playing against BBC. Okay, and the poaching attempts here are egregious. Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards will be playing BBC Warriors. Athena will be playing Rose Rabbit, so we're already being pulled into the other 2 lobbies as well. And finally, here comes the real invite from Captain Tofu. Let's see if we can maybe borrow Pethy for a little bit. Alright, and we've got some radio silence here from Pethy. Devastating. The score lines right now are Pig Bucket's team, Athena, are 0-4. We have Team BBC are currently 2-0. Pethy's Poros are 2-0. Rose Rabbits are 2-0. Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards are 2-2. Oh no. Pethy Poros are 2-2. BBC Warriors are 2-2. Rose Rabbits are 2-2. Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards are 3-1. I believe Athena and David's Angels are playing right now. That is true. And I would not be surprised if it comes out to... And it looks like this edit is coming through. Yeah. 0-4 for Athena and 3-1 for David's Angels.
0-4 for Athena.
Yeah, very unfortunate. They do unfortunately have the lowest average elo in this tournament, and certainly have been struggling.
Jeez, it's good to see them put up a good fight, though.
Looks like we will not be getting an interview.
No,
from
straight
Pethy
into
this
it.
time. He has unfortunately got to lock in for the final game of the evening. Currently 0-4, Athena are unable to qualify for the games tomorrow. But Pethy's Poros are 2-2, PBC Warriors are 2-2, and Rose Rabbits are 2-2. So this game currently is for entry into the top 4. David's Angels and Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards have automatically qualified with 3 wins already. Even if they lose even if they lose their last game, they will still be 3-2. It's a difficult play. David's Angels do have the highest average elo of all of the teams in this tournament, with a whopping, not the highest, sorry, the second highest, with a whopping 1,990 average elo, with very strong players on their team. Captain Tofu on the jungle, Vinra on the top lane. Will be very scary, especially when Pethy's Poros rely so heavily on their mid lane and their jungle. BBC Warriors up against Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards. Likely to be a difficult fight for them. Rose Rabbits up against Athena. Likely to be a win for them. So it's likely that Rose Rabbits will be qualifying alongside David's Angels and Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards. If Pethy's Poros win this, and if BBC Warriors win this, we will have a 5-way tie. And we will need to figure out... We do have tiebreaker methods based on towers taken and average win time. But, you know, hopefully we see a win come through for our goats, Pethy's Poros. Even if it's going to be a very difficult fight for them.
Ooh.
hopefully we'll get this draft started soon. Looks like one of their players are in the bathroom, so...
Very important part of the game.
You gotta take a little bit of time for yourself.
Yeah, that's that tinkle time, everybody. Remember,
Don't
get locked
forget.
in. Don't forget about the tinkle time, guys. Get locked in, please. Please. Be aware. Actually, sponsored by Lockheed Martin. That's just not true. That was a lie, actually. I just lied blatantly. That's not true.
Wow.
Had to put that out. Yeah. I'm what they in the business call a liar.
How could you?
I don't know, I was feeling fruity. I was feeling epic sauce. I was feeling spicy.
Well,
Gonna hit a devilish merge.
I'm optimistic. There we go, the draft has just pinged. Okay. This will be very interesting to see. Out comes the Rumble ban. No surprise, Winra, a very strong Rumble player, known for his Rumble. In response, the Viego ban, very reasonable. Captain Tofu, a very formidable jungle. For any of those who have played in-houses, you'll be well aware that it is usually Pat Fiver versus Captain Tofu on the jungle. So these two are very, very used to playing into each other. It'll be very interesting to see how this, how all of the prior experience that they've had kind of factors into this final game, especially when it's so important for Pethy's Poros. The Rek'Sai ban, not surprising. Captain Tofu quite good on Rek'Sai, and Rek'Sai of course a very, very dangerous champion right now. An Echo ban, not a bad shout. And finally out comes the Lysandra and the Samira. Pethy once again, Pethy's Poros once again on blue side, giving them the first pick. We did not, of course, unfortunately, have Pethy in the call last time to give us an opportunity to chat. I imagine that it's important, now more than ever, for his team to lock in. First pick, Nautilus. Not surprising, of course. Very confident Gecko on that Nautilus. Great comfort pick. Countered by the Seraphine. Whether this is Seraphine, ADC, or support does remain to be seen. A Mumu. Potentially an Mumu jungle. Potentially an Mumu support. Seraphine ADC. They've, you know, they've had a... They're a big fan of playing around, Team Tofu, and they're leaving their draft opportunities nice and open. Really dragging out this pick time. Vladimir pick for Pethy. Another opportunity for him to show himself on the character. Once again though, using all of this time to deliberate. I would not be surprised. The Xin Zhao lock in at the last second for Pat Fiver. We saw how confident he was on this pick in the second game. It'll be interesting to see though, again depending on where this Amumu is, how Captain Tofu will respond. Hovering the Malzahar, locking in the Malzahar. Very interesting. Malzahar, of course, not a particularly fun play for Pethy when he played that Echo. Interesting of them to have banned the Echo if they're going to be locking in the Malzahar here. As, of course, Malzahar with that ultimate, a real problem for Echo. Vladimir with his blood pool, hopefully should be able to avoid it, but you do never know. Draven ban comes out. Got to put some respect on this ADC's name. And the Olaf ban as well, very smart. Captain Tofu, of course, possibly, I believe, best Olaf on the server. Absolutely terrifying player. And while he's not a big fan of playing Olaf jungle, I would want to make sure that was off the table. Final ban for Kaiser. And Wukong. Very interesting here. Locking out so many of these, the Samira, the Draven, the Kaiser, some of these really strong pairs for the Nautilus. Pethy's Poros instead, trying to limit down the options for their opposing jungler. Again, this Pantheon could be a Pantheon top, could be a Pantheon jungle. You can see that they're trying to keep their options so open right now. Captain Tofu's draft. The final locks for Team Pethy, the Mundo top and the Zeri. Dr. Mundo, again, quite a strong pick here for Feng Shui Master. His name escaped me there for a second. And a very interesting final draft. Depending on what this last lock in here is for Tofu. Volibear.
Ooh.
Now this is very interesting. Because look at these champions. I'm thinking... My prediction is it's a Seraphine Amumu bot lane. It's a Volibear top. And it's a Pantheon jungle.
Seems like.
But let's see when these picks come through. It does, of course, register me on this. It does register us on the side of Pethy's Poros, so we can't see what their names are. All we can see is the enemy number. But yeah, this was a very interesting draft here for David's Angels. Especially with that Seraphine, with that Amumu, that Pantheon. They were keeping their options really open for so long, which makes it really hard for Pethy's Poros to counterpick. But, of course, we have Pethy's Poros on all 5 champions that they're really comfortable on. The mid laner for David's Angels is not a mid laner by trade, but he has been doing some one-on-one training with Tofu himself, so I would still be afraid of that Malzahar.
The legend.
Alleged. It's true.
No, not a legend. The legend.
The legend.
Not a legend. That was just...
A strong bot lane for them as well, in the sense that Seraphine as a character pretty much always has value. But I would lean a little bit more towards the strength of... We are, of course, stuck in the spectator delay, so I'll, provide a little bit of assistance to Vendrick on the rules of the tournament, which are, more or less, just be nice. But of course, as we are in our final spectator delay for the night, I can't imagine too many people will be joining us at this hour. It is, of course, almost 11 o'clock. But I will still do my duty and I will still introduce myself again. I am Stella, and I am the Vice President of the UC Gaming Guild. And with me at the casting panel is the one, the only, Stankelgreeb Matthew.
Stankelgreeb Matthew here. I am... Just a little bit about my background. I am actually M107 Malphite. I have been that before and after they changed mastery systems, even when there were only 7. I was still 107. I was 100 times better than the competition. I don't know if that's true. But if I've known by other names as well. I'm known by Cena Corporation. One of my other names is Light, famous bot laner for Weibo Gaming. I'm also Breathe, the top laner for Weibo Gaming. I'm all of those players at once, actually. As well as currently ZDZ. That's also my name. I go by a lot of names. That's why I actually am every player in Weibo Gaming. I'm all of them. Yeah.
Wow, incredible. What a wonderful performance. You seem to, perhaps it's my imagination, but you seem to get better at the game with every passing spectator delay. Have you been queuing up a couple games in between, getting that mastery score up?
Perhaps. Sorry, just had to clear my throat. It got clogged up from too much winning. I just win too much. I'm actually just too good.
Wow, common affliction, really. I hear
Common
it happens to
affliction. I
many
struggle
people.
with it.
Right. Hopefully, they'll let us in.
Yep. Seems pretty successful now.
Alright, look at that.
What have we got? We've got...
And my prediction was correct. I'll take that. I will certainly take that. Yeah, interesting here in the top lane. The Grasp Mundo, the Conqueror.
Might want to be scared of
yeah.
that Pantheon.
Yeah, I
May
would Pantheon someone certainly to be afraid of.
Scared of that Mastery
Quick,
16
yeah.
Pantheon.
A quick skim. He's even got the Ashen Pantheon as his profile picture. He's appropriately suited up, ready to play the part.
Maybe he's been hiding this just for this moment. And just to confirm, are both of these teams risking being eliminated from the next draft tomorrow, or is it just
No,
one
they
of
are
them?
not. Just Pethy's Poros.
Just Pethy's Poros. Okay.
Yeah, David's Angels are currently 3-1. So they are, unless both 2-2 teams win their games, unless Pethy's Poros win and BBC win, at which point we'll have to go to tiebreaker statistics, and I could not tell you right now if it's happening here in this bot lane. They're looking to clear out these bushes, and let's
Have a
just
look,
say Pethy's Poros are having none of it. Named on the ward, yeah, they are rolling out, and rightly so. Looks like they're moving a retaliatory move here into the top jungle of Captain Tofu. They clear out the bot side and they find no one. 2 wards down. Looks like they're clearing through mid lane.
Only going to last so long, the wards, though. Placing them this early before even the minions have come to lane.
Very true. Looks like Xin Zhao comfortably looking to start top, but in turn, in comes the Volley Bear.
Yep.
And in comes the Pantheon.
Really just going to see
Red buff has
who's...
been aggravated. Pethy, taking some unnecessary damage there, is forced to flash. Dr. Mundo is going to walk out, but this is a disastrous start there for Pethy. He's going to have to start his red buff, and he's already down so much health. No first bloods this game, and at the first level though. No more level 1 Fiesta. It looks like perhaps at 11 o'clock at night these teams might not be willing to make such ridiculous plays. They have of course already been playing for 4 hours.
4 hours straight of league, that's no easy feat. That is quite an attack on the mental, actually.
A brawl
Possibly
in
a
the top
form of
lane.
torture in some states.
Mundo is going to get out.
Pretty comfortably, actually. I don't think Mundo's going to have a lot of problems getting out here. He's reasonably tanky level 2, or level 1, 2, 3, 4, just before old stage.
And it is always a pleasure to watch David's Angels here, Captain Tofu's team, as they are Captain Tofu is notoriously a very strong IGL, very strong in-game lead. So it'll be excellent to see a team with some very strong direction behind it. Behind, of course, Team Pethy's Poros, who might have a little bit of a split between Pathfinder and Pethy sometimes on the shot calling. Vinrar, of course, their top laner, not to be written off either. Forgot to organize my champions beforehand.
How dare you? How dare you?
Very much, I would say. Perhaps the slowest game we've watched. We are 4 minutes almost into the game now, and no one has died.
No first
As
blood.
I say this, Gecko making a dangerous and bold play. He's going to get sandwiched here. He does have his flash up, and it is likely he's going to have to use it if he has the opportunity to at all. He flashes over the wall, followed by Captain
Oh, yes, he
Tofu.
does!
Captain Tofu in turn knocked up. He gets the first blood. Pathfinder is there to support him, and in comes the Zeri, but it's still a 3v2, a fight that they don't want to take.
Pathfinder does. Oh, stunned!
And he's going to be
Possibly-
locked up there
oh,
by an excellent
no.
Amumu Q.
Another
that's it.
kill so soon after first blood. This is not looking like a
2
great start.
kills onto the enemy jungler, onto that Pantheon, who was certainly formidable. They move onto Pethy in the mid lane, who has to blow his ghost, and he does flash in to attempt to get damage on the Pantheon, but it is nowhere near enough.
Not
Bot
quite
lane is
Pepsi.
recalling. Up in the top
What have we
lane,
got?
up in
Oh
the
my
bot
gosh,
as well,
stop him!
just in time, unfortunately, to catch the death of Feng Shui Masters. 0-3 on the scoreboard. This is not the
Not
most
looking good 5
promising
minutes
start.
in.
Yeah, and look at that, a 2-level difference in the top lane. Feng Shui Masters only just hitting level 5 now. Not the kind of position you want to be in the top lane. 2 levels behind is it's a bit of a death sentence, really, for your lane. Pathfinder clearing down to the bot side again. It's unlikely that he'll be able to contest grubs this way like he likes to. Which again is quite unfortunate considering how much Mundo does like grubs. A little bit in the bot lane. Not too much contact, but this wave is going to get shoved in. Of course, when you have a Seraphine ADC, it's hard for the wave not to be shoved in.
It's a little bit of an eventuality rather than an if.
It's not an if, it's a win. And the win is most of the time.
Quite evidently right now.
Yeah, a little bit of tussle between these two teams, and Zhao's just finished his clear. But I would not be surprised if I saw Pethy's Poros playing significantly more conservatively, especially already down 0-3. This is, of course, their make or break game. We've seen 2 incredible wins from them at the start, but then they did take 2 hard losses. Looks like Dragon is going to go the way of David's Angels here. Unfortunately, that bot lane is so so pushed in, Pethy's Poros is unable to contest. Gonna see the recall come out of Pethy here. And the Volibear is on grubs. He has decided against grubs. Pethy ends out, and Pethy and Paper and Feng Shui in the area. Feng Shui has to pop his ult to live. He is likely going to get out. Volibear has already dropped his ult.
Oh, no, no, no.
Cannot ult the tower. Volibear takes a lot of damage from said
He's
tower.
coming.
And in comes Xin Zhao. There is not a shutdown on this Volibear right now, but a kill here would be crucial. It would secure them the grubs. In comes the ultimate
And
from
it
Pantheon.
does.
Feng Shui Masters
Can't believe
unable to
you-
help here. Pathfinder not yet level 6.
Oh,
He's going to secure that kill.
No.
Feng Shui Masters has to get out. And he
he
does
has
not.
to
A
leave by
double
now.
kill
No.
for the Pantheon. This is now a 4-0 Pantheon. We are almost 8 minutes into the game. I love Pethy Poros as much as the next guy, but I am becoming a little a little less optimistic at this point in the game. Pethy, a great kill onto Busk though. Not quite sure what that Amumu was doing. But Pethy made short work of him nonetheless. It looks like David's Angels will be able to secure these grubs though. Pathfinder still not level 6. No ultimate with which to contest. The Malzahar is moving up. Mongolius the 4th gets his ult on him. He cancels it early though. And Pathfinder is able to blast cone out. Unfortunate there for Dwindolius. Quite a mouthful of a name. Feng Shui Masters up in the top lane. Now the same, those levels have equalized between him and the Volibear. But that does not make the Volibear any less scary. Pethy in the mid lane, looking to get some damage on this Malzahar, but this Malzahar is doing the absolute work between the brain damage there from his E. Pethy is forced to ghost out. And of course those minions.
Successfully though.
Malzahar spawn do of course so much damage to any character, player, whatever, with that line meld on it.
Pretty well.
Attempted spear from Captain Tofu does not
Oh
land.
yes.
They do trap him, but is he going to escape with his life? He does flash. He is ignited, and it looks like he's going to get out with 20
Just
health.
about. Oh, not the Malzahar though.
Malzahar is shut
Dolly's
down
fourth
by
is
the
gone.
blast cone.
Captain
Pathfinder is
Tofu
still
taking
continuing to
blast cone.
chase, and Captain Tofu knows it. No
Doesn't
vision,
have
but he is
vision on
playing
Pet
it
Fiver
safe.
though.
Pathfinder instead going to take his bot side.
Pretty safe bot side jungle for there. Feng Shui Master does not have vision on this big boy. Oh, he has been seen. Possibly came in a little bit early.
Well, Pethy dodging the ult there from the Amumu that came out far too early. In comes Pathfinder, forcing the flash from the Amumu. He flashes himself to get in. He ults the Amumu, is unable to secure the kill, and he is going to be killed by the Amumu. Out comes the ultimate.
Just
from the
take
Nautilus,
that.
secures the kill
When
on
Dolius trying to get Pethy, runs
Captain
away.
Tofu
Gecko
drops
is getting.
the-
Oh nope.
Drops
Does need to run away though here.
the active. He
Bit
does
too early of
already
a
have
back.
Nomu's Ghost Blade. He is 5-0, 10 minutes into the game. Captain Tofu is going to be altered. That Hemomancy is coming through. But unfortunately, looks like Pethy is going to be locked down by that Malzahar. 4 and 8 on the scoreboard. Unfortunately, that ultimate from the Volibear falls a little bit short and they're unable to catch Feng Shui. Pathfinder here is in the top lane looking for an aggressive sort of maneuver here. But it looks like the two of them are already out. Nautilus top as well. Malzahar free reign on this mid tower. And just Zeri and Seraphine alone in the bot lane. Pathfinder looking for an aggressive play here. He has been identified on vision. And it looks like they are going to succeed in this dive against Winra.
No,
Not at all.
surprisingly not.
They do not actually, in fact, go for it.
They back off easier than I thought.
Makes sense not to make too risky of a play again when they're so down, and that.
Possibly that's what they need though.
I mean, it is likely that they're going to have to pull something strange and interesting out of their pocket. That gold lead has already grown to 3k. Pethy once again trying to make plays against this Malzahar, but honestly this Malzahar is just so oppressive. He goes for the flash, he goes for the ult. And he's going to follow it up with a blood pool. He is going to kill him. But he is going to
does
die in
Pethy-
the
no,
process.
Pethy-
A wasted teleport, perhaps, by the Volibear. And it looks like David's Angels are going to secure this dragon and back. It is a Hex Gate map. It'll be very interesting. It'll start speeding up some of these resets here from Pethy's Poros. And of course, Hex-Tech dragons are very good to have. One of the best dragons in the game. Nothing too dramatic right now, but a 6-0 Pantheon for the side of David's Angels is a massive leg up. More kills on this one character than all of Pethy's Poros combined. Definitely a scary position for Pethy's Poros to be in right now. Yeah, and it looks like Pantheon, of course, running top to contest those grubs. Since our likely not the best position to contest. Surprisingly, only down 1 level.
Punctuate Masters zoning off Vinra, maybe walking
Walking
away.
Out goes the Seraphine ult and the Amumu ult, but they don't manage to land any kills. Lightning Crash comes out
Guess
as well.
he noticed Captain Tofu around here, so decided to stay clear. Looks like that's
Smashing his
gonna.
top lane. Good damage on Vinra, but he is gonna eat those fruit. Pethy has been Yomu'd onto.
Yep, is he gonna get away? I
He is not.
don't. No, definitely
Concentrate
not.
Masters in perhaps not the best position for him. Unable to take that Hex portal. It looks like he's going to be caught out here.
Zoned off, but he does get some fruit. No.
From the volley bear. It is unfortunately open and shut for him. 5-11 now, the score. 8 kills on this Pantheon.
That is brutal.
It looks like David's Angels are going to waste no time in securing this Rift Herald. In comes Pethy though. He might get the smite off. He unfortunately does not. In turn, out comes the Malzahar ult. Both him and the Nautilus are dead. A very risky play made there to attempt to try and secure the Herald. Possibly a necessary maneuver there for them to try and curb the cascade here. But unfortunately, 9-0 on this Pantheon now. It's not looking too good for Pethy's Poros. A little bit of action in this bot lane here. Pethy straight out the portal and immediately into Tofu and Busk. Playing with their food a little bit there.
Oof.
It's likely going to be a dive onto the Zeri bot unless she can't recall in time. The Lightning Crash comes out, but she's immediately locked down by the Seraphine, by the Amumu. Not a problem. Malzahar in the mid lane attempts to flash away, but Pethy chases him. He's just too fast. Out comes the Ghost. Gekko attempting to hold this tower, but it's not going to be enough.
Doesn't look like a Gecko's gonna back out.
Pethy is in here, but Captain Tofu, as you can see, the intro pings, he's ulting in, even if we can't see it on the replay. And they are going to secure a kill onto Gekko. Captain Tofu now 10-0. Scoreline 6-16.
10 kills up, nearly. Oh, that has got to be rough for Pethy's Poros. Just some really great positioning from red team at the moment.
Yeah, certainly, bounties, objective bounties now on the side of Pethy's Poros. But it looks like Tofu perhaps a little bit early with his shield. In comes Winra with the ultimate on the tower, but he's not going to be able to secure a kill. Him and Tofu do have to back away. Without this mid tower though, it's a very dangerous position for Gekko to be in, and David's Angels know it. You see those question mark pings come out. Meanwhile, it looks like David's Angels are going to be drifting bot to take this Hextech Dragon. Definitely the correct move in here. They have a lot of wards, in Pethy's top side jungle, but not as many in their bot side. Which is perhaps where they'll matter a little bit more, as it's likely that Pethy's Poros are going to do something pretty dangerous in an attempt to contest this dragon. Yeah, and it looks like Pethy's Poros are unfortunately going to be unable to contest this as the third dragon of the map goes to David's Angels. 18 minutes into the game. Definitely have not been seeing as many dragons taken in games as this one. But of course, for a lot of them, the bot lane has not been so dominant as it perhaps has in this game. Pethy gonna flash in and ult the Samira in an attempt to get her killed, but it is not gonna do enough. And in the top lane, Mundo is gonna be unable to save his tower. He's gonna try to get a little bit of damage on Winra, but it's not even close. And in the bot lane, here they go. Clearing the wave a little bit, dropping the Herald, hoping to take this tier 2 here as well. We do have Gecko and Piss on the way. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Poku jumps in and out comes the ult, both from both ADCs there. Zeri going to have to flash away.
Charmed too. Oh, Shinzao coming possibly not quick enough actually.
Yeah, unfortunate. And in this mid lane, it looks like Malzahar's hungry for this tier 2 mid tower. Hopefully Paper will be able to stem the bleeding a little bit. Up in this top lane, a little bit of a shove from Mundo, but unfortunately for him, no problem for Winra. And we see this Baron about to spawn. I would not be surprised if David's Angels were hungry to go for this on spawn, especially if Winra is able to confirm this kill onto the Mundo. He stops going for the engage, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try for something mid lane instead. Of course, 4 players here, clumped up in this bush. Gecko once again caught out, simply looking too far forward. He's a little too aggressive for his own good sometimes. And it looks like they are going to contest. Pethy's Poros are going to be unable to contest this Baron, especially if Feng Shui Master gets caught out like this.
Ooh.
He drops his ultimate, but he does not have Ghost. He's being chased down, out comes the smite, and it's simply not enough. Seraphine gonna TP bot, stop the Zeri from getting a tower in trade. But Pathfinder is here as well. Vladimir perhaps not the best spot mid lane. All of these pings come in. Out comes the ult from Captain Tofu as well. He flashes under tower only to be ulted by the Malzahar. Certainly an interesting play there from Pethy.
It's a strategy.
The ultimate comes out from Amumu, traded by Nautilus Flash. And they're going to continue to put this pressure on the mid wave. They have yet to take the dragon, but I would not be surprised if they did soon. Not the dragon, the Baron. They will take that mid tower though, and it looks like, yeah, this is about when we're going to rotate up. Feng Shui Master all alone in that top lane, a very dangerous place for him to be. Especially as Feng Shui Master continues to push in. And we already know that Volibear's on his way.
We do know Volibear's on its way. We also do know Malzahar probably...
Master able to confirm 1 tower.
Well, they're looking at it.
And up comes Malzahar as well. It's not going to be enough.
Yep.
For Feng Shui Master, who will unfortunately fall.
But there is...
Yeah, and to no surprise, the teams are rotating here to this Baron. Unfortunately for Pethy's Poros, they do find themselves at this point all on the bottom side of the map. So this is going to be an open and close case for David's Angels, who, might I remind you, are looking absolutely spectacular right now. 16 kills on the Pantheon. That is no easy feat. I will, there's kind of no way to put it, except their Pantheon is 16 kills. Winra with the
So
teleport
he is
in to
big.
save the bot tower. Drinker and Piss. Out comes the lightning crash. It's not going to be enough though. Captain Tofu, 17 kills. Why not another? Pethy and Gecko forced to retreat here. Pet 5 on his Krugs. Going to lose his red buff to Captain Tofu. Pethy just gets that recall off. Winra just enters the bush. But it looks like Pat 5 has been unfortunately caught here between all three of them. He's going to get locked down, he's going to get killed. Lights out for Pat 5.
No, they are not
And it looks
happy
like
about
the
that one.
dragon is the next thing on the menu for David's Angels.
Oh, hello.
I feel like
I feel like you
the game
can't
has
quite.
not ended yet, Pethy. Why are you not, haha, in your team chat? Haha, talking to your team right now.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's a rough one. It's a horror. It's actually a horror story.
Well, why don't you tune into the stream right now? The enemy
Yeah.
Pantheon is 17-0.
Yeah. He flashed on me at the end of the game and won the game.
Yeah,
Well-
we watched him. We just watched him do that. We just watched him do that actually.
We did just watch him do that. The whole thing is that we're on a delay, so you can't quite join yet.
Yeah, we
although
are
it
3
is-
minutes behind. But you know what? I don't know how.
Hey,
how
man.
You know, we believed as best as we could.
We had faith on you. Maybe I think it's
2 games. It's.
Let's talk about some of the interesting plays that you guys played really aggressively, even when you were behind.
At the end of on the 5th game.
Yeah, in this game, there were some really
Yeah.
aggressive
So
plays here.
basically, we had our strategy once the Pantheon got to a certain point was okay. So our goal right now is making day 2, right?
Yeah.
So we know we're not gonna win the game, and we know the tiebreak is towers. So we just decided we'll sack and just play for however many towers we can get. And we
Okay.
managed to get 3, which should hopefully be enough to push us over the line.
Okay, that's a very interesting. It's a very interesting decision.
Because the problem is, that game is really hard for us to win. I think
Yeah.
we have our
Angels
carries
are
are Vlad
4-9.
Zeri. Our carries are Vlad Zeri, and then so Zeri couldn't really get ahead because Seraphine neutralized the lane. Similar with Malzahar, I did win the lane, but it's still hard. It's still hard because Malzahar just clicks R on you, and then
Yeah.
they have so
We
much
did
point
see
and click
quite a bit of
CC, and then so much AOE CC that, and Zeri and Vlad, obviously their counters are just dumping CC on them and one-shotting them, and without those two, we don't really have enough damage to deal with their team, and so it's just a rough one. And the Pantheon really just took off. Ghostblade, Edge of Night, Hubris is just completely 1v9, and fair enough. I would like to add, he played the early levels really, really well. Like reaction times, all that. Like checking mine, Pantheon played it really, really well.
Well, as far as I'm aware, the final game is still going on between BBC Warriors and Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. And if BBC Warriors lose this one, then it'll be a tiebreaker between you and them. And if BBC Warriors win this one, you will unfortunately
It'll be a tiebreaker between-
eliminated.
If BBC Warriors win their game,
Yes.
Yep.
I thought that they were
BBC
2-2
Warriors-
going into their game, right?
Yeah, and so were you.
And which team are they versing?
Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards.
Okay. So am I correct in thinking Ro is 3-2, Tofu is 4-1?
Yep.
Okay, that's a bit
Does this
awkward.
mean you're preying on their downfall?
I am praying on BBC Warriors' downfall, yes. I'm looking at the stream and I'm hoping that they lose the game.
You
Oh,
heard
no.
it here first. That
It's
is
a
the
horror.
mindset which we want, guys.
It's hey, what else can you do? What like
Endorsed by UCGG mindset.
I don't know.
I want to make day 2. Not much else to say.
UCGG is just couple heart. I want to see some gravestone emojis in the chat at the moment, or some heart emojis, and whoever gets
for the tiebreak, we
I wanna-
said turrets, but apparently they're going for time taken?
Ooh,
I believe that is the.
That's what it's being changed to time taken. Okay.
Okay, we've had a couple requests for some interviews, so
Hmm.
we might mosey
let's
along
see. Who are we grabbing in?
to We might mosey along to the UCGG League server itself. We might get some
Wait,
some people in the call.
I guess.
Alright, hopefully. Alright, in comes Captain Tofu. No, he doesn't. In comes Ro instead. Talk to me, Ro. 3 and 2 for Rose Rabbits. How are you feeling?
Is the I'm feeling quite good. Is the scoreboard, is the final game still going?
The
one that
final
isn't
game is
VOD?
still going. If
Okay.
BBC Warriors win this one, then Pethy's, Poros, and Athena will be out. If BBC Warriors
Yeah.
lose this one, it's tiebreak between them and Pethy's.
And BBC Warriors is the, which team is that?
Laquans.
Aquans. Okay. Sedimentary Cat and Forwards versus BBC Warriors. Yeah. You have admin rights, right? So you can
Oh, I
go
do.
into Team
Your
Row.
chat.
There's a thread called Game Results. And you can
Oh
have
yeah,
a
I can pull
quick
that one
look
up
at
for
those.
the people.
If you want to pull it up the stream, or if you just want to look at them yourself so you know what I'm referencing, then that's convenient. But started out a bit rough. They had 2 losses. I I was just talking to my team, but the game 1, I first picked Zach, and then he hit me with his one-trick cane that I had not bothered to look
Yes.
up.
Mm.
So some might say that this was perhaps a lapse in judgment, and every game after that I looked at the OPGGs. I was not going for round 2, where I just like walked straight into it. And you'll notice with the matches that at some point I just decided Lilia time, because I went Zach and then I went Kha'Zix, and then we played 3 games of Lilia and we won them.
Yeah.
Maybe
Very
a sign from
successful. Very
above.
interesting decision by the opposing teams not to ban Lilia.
I don't know how privy they were to previous games. They were banning Brand and the like still. That's from my OPGG. I was tearing up Soligu with the Brand, but Lilia was available, and so we went crazy.
Yeah, unaware. They weren't aware of the technology.
Yeah.
Shout
Did
out.
you,
Maybe
did
it
you
was
happen
those.
to have any problems with having a substitute with Mia and Warman?
I mean, luckily for me, I of course know Mia fairly well. So, yes, subbing in and out, we had Mia support game 1, 2, and then Mia mid 4 and 5. But obviously, Mia mid greater than Mia support, because we lost both the support games and we won both the mid games, right? Surely. But yeah, it was fine. We coordinated. We were ready.
Yeah, and there's some pretty impressive score lines in here. Very confident here on this jungle and all of them.
It was pretty funny. I said as well too before I came into my team. I was just Mia was like, "Oh, good job," and I was like, "I didn't do anything. I just said, don't get killed. You're about to get ganked. Don't die.
Yeah.
I'm the taskmaster. Don't die. Soul hook your opponents without me."
Well, I mean,
It worked, obviously.
it certainly worked. And of course, a lot of strength with your excellent IGL skills.
Yeah, I mean that was always the idea, that I'm probably going to be the in-game leader, quote unquote. So got in there, did some yapping, and it seems to be okay, but still more to come.
Alright, well, I mean, it was a pleasure to watch your one game against Pethy's Poros. I mean, even here, looking at this lineup, like, a solid performance from your team. That Kha'Zix was terrifying at every point in the game.
I didn't get much done. I got kind of fucking rolled in that game. Pethy like killed me like a lot actually.
He was pretty hungry.
And
He's
that
very
that that
hungry, what a
Mordekaiser was
meal.
also a monster. I'm Kha'Zix and I want to go side lane and kill people, but Mordekaiser is just ulting them away, so I can't do any cyberbullying.
He's not interested.
Yeah.
No cyberbullying for you tonight.
Alright. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the hot seat, but in the interest of fairness, why don't
I
we,
believe you have more people around here.
yeah. Why don't we talk to,
I'll leave it to them.
Captain Tofu, currently the best lineup of all of the teams, 4-1.
Yeah, hey.
Talk
How
to
you
me.
going? I think Busk had some stuff he wanted to say first. Is that all good if he steps into
Oh
the hot
yeah,
seat?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey
Yeah.
everyone. So Captain Tofu, he's a bit of the shot caller, but
Yeah.
like in day-to-day operations, I like to think I'm like the man behind the scenes of the team. That's why we're called David's Angels. It's me,
Mhm.
David. So I play support for the team. You may know me from such events as the Hyperfiber League tournament that happened 2022, and our team Tui was featured in that. And we sort of tried to draft this team, and Captain Tofu did a really good job of drafting the team based on that winning team from 2022. We got 3 of the original members, plus some two extras that fitted in really well. A lot of our strategy going into the tournament was based in draft, and they really liked the Amumu Seraphine bot lane. And we just kept rolling with that. Every game we played it, couldn't stop it. So going into tomorrow, teams better find an answer.
I feel like there we go. Like trying to get some screenshots of some of the previous games that you guys played. But I
Yeah,
did exactly want to talk about some of that. How much of your success do you think you attribute to the fact that that the three of you were already so synergistic with each other?
Like
Yeah.
we can sort of like read each other's minds a little bit. Like when we're together, we sometimes just like hold hands and like we can feel what each other's feel. We don't have to say anything.
Do you
We just
look
hang
at
out.
each other into each other's eyes a little bit there?
Like I've known Joe for many years now. He just doesn't need to say anything. He just says David, and I'm like, I know what he's thinking, and so we just work really well together. Like if you watch the games, if you stream any of them tomorrow, you'll watch me just like following him around like a little lost puppy, but it's not lost at all. We're actually just setting up all these players, and like 3-man ganks mid, 3-man ganks top. It's all happening.
Give me a damage graph. Oh my goodness, would you look at that? Nico XYZ on the Annie.
Damn. Damage graphs go crazy.
Excellent performance. We gotta hype this guy up. Gotta get some.
Yeah, I think one of the big advantages we had as a team was the best of one format of the day. I think just we had this really insane team comp, as you can sort of see on screen here. We have this like Lissandra mid, Mumu, Seraphine bot lane, and then just like these fighters top side. And every team just kind of felt how horrible it is to play into that.
Yep.
Like, obviously there are some weaknesses here, but I don't think most teams were prepared for it, and so there wasn't really any capitalization on that. And then, yeah, it was basically over from draft. It felt like most games.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had some real strong, dominant drafting. I mean, there's perhaps a little bit of a hint here for everybody on the screen with this whole Discord server, and I said it a little bit earlier, but you absolutely deserve your flowers, Captain Tofu, for all of the work that you've put in to, like, beautifully organize this strategy for the team. How much do you think that pre-planning paid off? Do you think it was worth it?
Well, I think if we compare our results in the third game where we deviated from the strategy, it is the only game we lost. We decided to pick out some more unique picks. I think just to give everyone's brain like a bit of a refresher, because it can be so mind-numbing when you just win every game like so easily. It's kind of just like
Of course,
the games play
classic
themselves.
struggle. The games play themselves.
Yeah, so in this game here against Team Row, you can see we sort of like in the middle there, the third one. Yeah, that's the one. This is the only loss we took. Oh no,
That's that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wait, go down. That's their game against Vendrick. If you go down, it should be at the bottom maybe. Ah,
I don't know. This
we don't
doesn't
have a
look like
screenshot
lineup
for
to
that
me.
one. Yeah, you don't see the screenshot for that one, but we ended up losing to Team Row. We took some pretty unique like picks that we don't usually play.
Should be this one. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we took a Blitzcrank. We took Kaiser. It's a very different identity, right? You have like this quite
Yeah.
aggressive bot lane. So yeah, you can definitely see the difference in results between the strategies. So it'll be very interesting to see how we go tomorrow in, is it best of threes?
It is best of threes, fearless format tomorrow.
Yeah, so very interesting. We might get some different results. I guess we'll have to cook up some new strategies.
And you are, of course, confirmed. 4-1.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't get the 5-0. I think we definitely could have. I don't think it's I don't think it was out of our reach, but hey, gives us something to work towards tomorrow, right?
Don't let Ro hear you say that.
I think he knows. It's okay.
Alright, well, another, I suppose, round of applause, except maybe not actually clapping, for David's Angels. An absolutely fantastic run.
No!
And it feels perhaps a little cruel to then turn to ask for comments from Pig Bucket. Talk to us a little bit about
It's
it
not
was
cruel whatsoever.
it was
Look,
difficult.
Look, we couldn't find a foothold in the tournament, and at the end of the day, someone has to lose. And I think that we sort of cop it on the chin with very minimal practice in the team. We just couldn't find synergy together. We were getting out macroed. Like, we would win a lane and start to put pressure around the map, and we would just lose our tempo from there. And it all came down to the lack of communication and lack of awareness amongst our own team members. People like Captain Tofu, he's got 3 team members that he's been drafting with consistently for many, many years, and massive hats off to him. It's probably one of the biggest stomps in the tournament that we've seen. But I think the guys on our team definitely gave it a fair shot. There's not really much to say there. They gave it their all where they needed to be, and it sometimes it wasn't enough. But every loss is a learning experience, and you can always take something away from that.
I imagine it would have been very difficult, seeing as you guys didn't get an opportunity to scrim together yesterday.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it was. We did get an opportunity to play. Myself with our top end jungler. Then I played a bit with our support to get myself communicating with him and effectively sort of getting a foothold on his playstyle and how he operates. But we didn't have everyone playing together until game day. It was rough, and it does cause ripples in the team where we don't feel connected.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, very well done to everyone else. And as this tiebreaker comes up, I am praying that my main man, my goat Pethy, is still holding on by the skin of his teeth and able to scramble his way to the next day.
Yeah, as perhaps some of our more eaggle-eyed viewers would have noticed, BBC Warriors did lose against David Angels. That would be Pep Fiver. BBC Warriors did lose against David's Angels. Did not lose against Sedimentary Cat and Forward. So unfortunately, your warm wishes, Pig Bucket, did not translate. For Pethy's Poros, who, as much as I think we've all loved watching them throughout the day, will unfortunately not be playing tomorrow.
They did put up a good fight.
Who's out? BBC Warriors?
No.
Pethy's
Pethy's
Poros are
Poros.
out.
They're out.
BBC Warriors did
Wait,
win against Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards.
Yeah.
Who went through? Can you tell me the 4 teams that made it?
I can. With 4 wins, David's Angels, and with 3 wins, BBC Warriors, Rose Rabbits, and Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Wait, is BBC Warriors the Quan's team?
Yes.
Yeah, that is.
BBC Warriors is the Quan's team.
Okay.
I think
We
that just means,
unfortunately
as a consolation
did
prize,
not make
Pethy,
it.
As a
GG.
consolation prize, I think I owe you another pizza, my friend.
Another
pizza.
Drown
pizza.
your sorrows.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind honestly, but it is unfortunate, starting 2-0 then losing 3 games. What can you do, I guess? I think we got outdrafted quite hard a lot of those last 3 games. It is what it is.
I mean, perhaps selfishly, we'll get to have you on the desk more tomorrow, so how much can I
Yeah,
complain?
yeah, it will be a lot of fun. It will be a lot of fun to be joining the desk. Did you guys know that calculator, calc is short for calculator? It's a nice bit of slang.
Everybody, clip that. Clip that. Calc is short for calculator.
I'm just using slang.
We've got just using slang, Pethy says. Just using slang. But
Hey,
really, it's so much more.
If you ask Laquan, he thinks that calc should mean something else.
What should calc mean?
Hey, it's just his opinion.
What is his opinion?
That it should
I
mean
would love
something
to-
else. Are you listening?
Look, I don't think you guys want to know. That man's brain works on a different wave to everyone else's, and
I would actually love to know. In fact, I need to know now. I actually won't be able to sleep at night comfortably without knowing.
I might have to get him in the call. Get an
Might
interview
have to get him in the call. Might
the
get
team
some
leader.
commentary from
I
him.
think we might use this as an opportunity to wrap it up. Because
Perhaps.
we have been live for 5 hours now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It has been quite a long day.
You know what? I would like to say that I may have let some people down. My team, my friends, but we may not have made day 2. But I'll be very excited to join the casting team.
Absolutely. We'll have
Hell
to do
yeah,
some
we'll be lucky to have you.
tie break, as we do have a 3-way second place, so we will have to figure out how exactly we intend to seed the games tomorrow, so we don't exactly have a 4th or a 2nd or a 3rd.
I mean, what you could do is just like which teams.
You
beat
could
each
have it
other.
that seed 1 picks the 4th seed. We can
That's
pick who we want to verse.
crazy.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
That's
but
how a lot
I
of
think-
tournaments do it, no?
Yeah,
They just
actually, I
have the
think
top seed pick their opponent.
That's pretty fair, to be honest. Or I mean, didn't like.
I mean, we'll decide. They will.
Wasn't Rose team was the only team to like. Rose team beat the other 2 teams, right?
Yeah, Rose team beat.
Yeah.
No, but Rose lost to Vendrick, but
Oh,
Rose
yeah,
beat
yeah.
us. Rose was the only team to take a win of us.
So all
We
in
can
all,
sort it out.
I would like to say it has been an absolutely spectacular first day, first day of this tournament. It has been wonderful spending all of this time here with the. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear.
Can we do introductions again?
Not first game. First game. We're not doing introductions. We've already done introductions.
I am
Ah!
83. I am M83, Mastery 83.
Well, it has been such
Incredible
a pleasure
stuff.
streaming for everyone here today. I hope to see you same time, same place tomorrow for our best of 3s.
Exciting
I
stuff.
hope you have a wonderful evening. And of course, it is winter. Stay warm. And good night.
Thanks, Stella.